slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo, here. Welcome to the show, Tom.
Welcome, everybody. Good morning, chat. Hello, and hello. Welcome to Abhishek and Magnus, and of course to you, Terry. Don't worry, guys. Nick is working relentlessly in the background, but he'll be with us maybe shortly. But now we're here. We're having the Tom and Terry or Terry and Tom show a little bit early on. So we're here.
Let's go. How are you doing this morning, Tom?
All is great. All is good. Not gonna lie. I just told you, I mean, this week is a bit of a rough, rough start for me. Like the market just, what I make, I give it back. Like, a little bit of a profit, then giving it back. So ending up always back to break even and some drawdown, and I'm finding my way back from those drawdowns. It's kind of a back and forth, but obviously it is what it is, just the first week. So
yes, exactly. And those rough points never last forever. It's like, and everyone goes through it, like
exactly.
Rough patches. Yes, exactly. So we did have news this morning. We had some employment information, and we have more news today.
Oh yeah, we have. I think we have some more news actually. Yeah, we had the ADP non-farm pay, and we are gonna have Joel's job openings later, and some services PMI, some Canadian news, but yeah, Joel's job openings going to be the kicker here at 10 a.m. Yeah, going to be interesting. I don't even know the number. What was the number earlier? Okay, so definitely positive number, maybe not as positive as expected, but yeah, now we know the numbers on the ADP number.
Yes, better it came in at 41,000. Forecasted was 49,000. Previously, it was negative 29,000. So yeah,
I think that was maybe the old data before the government shut down. I'm not sure. But
okay, very interesting. What a week this week will be. It continues. It looks like we're getting a pullback here from after 2 days of green, and now we're going to. It looks like we're going to open up in the red, down by 57 points NQ. Oh, so what do you see, Tom, in the charts when you kind of take a look, big look?
Yeah, sure. So this was an interesting morning in London as well. But the thing is, we had actually, hold on, what did we had a trade. I just don't. Oh yeah, we had one single trade, a short that we took in London session down to 750. Not that it mattered too much. There was a 5-minute demand zone here, which has been taken out in the London session. And ever since then, we're pretty much hovering in between zones, at least in my terms, in between the zones here. And what I'm trying to figure out is which is going to be the direction that we want to go for. There's a 5/15 minutes fair value gap. Sorry, that's not even a zone. That's a fair value gap at 802 or 3. Let me just check it a second. The high there is 803.50. So that's I'm on the 5-minute chart right now. So there's the gap up there. That's also a 15 and the 5-minute CB up there. Sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, which means there is liquidity around that area. Also, the market created before the early New York session a demand zone starting at 750. So nothing special, but it's just interesting how before the news release, the market was trying to reach down for the level, trying to reach down below 752 for liquidity. It failed. And it's just interesting. Again, this is kind of the narrative thing that I used to talk about, like what is the market really doing right now? It actually left an unbalanced price range below 763, and this is still the 5-minute chart here. So it tried multiple times to reach liquidity below 752 on the fair value gap, and there's a zone down there as well. It failed, went up there. I thought that it's going to go for that that other fair value gap that I mentioned, the 5/15 minute. It did not. So now it's coming back down. It reached that unbalanced price range. Now it's bouncing up there a little bit. It's kind of crazy. Like the distance in between these levels, one is at 20 points, the other is 32 points. One of these levels obviously should get hit, or both of these levels should get hit. The question is which one is going to be the first one at market open. Who knows? If I would be scalping this, I'd like to go a little bit short here, but who knows? I don't know. The higher time frame, I mean, on the 15-minute, we do have an Asia high at 8:35, and we have previous day high, which we'll see how it goes. That's actually the 6 p.m. Eastern Standard time there, and we have a 15-minute demand zone at 640. So on the bigger picture, because this demand zone down here on the technical side, this is absolutely perfect. I just love it. It looks so amazingly good down there on the 15-minute. I'd like to stay bearish for the rest of the day on NQ. But unfortunately, if I go to the 1 hour chart, there is a very interesting level. If we go to the left and we go back all the way to December, I think Nick was talking about this yesterday too, December 5th, December 8, let's see, December 10 and 11. All these levels here, relative equal highs around 26,108. That's the first level here. So relative equal highs. I'm assuming there's lots of liquidity up there. So is it, I mean, it's a real tough question, because if I zoom out on the 1 hour chart, and now I zoomed out pretty much, it does feel like, and it seems like to me, that the market just wants to continue to push higher. So what I'm trying to say is that the big picture kind of tells me that we are definitely in a bullish trend. It should be pushing back up there. So that 15-minute, as I said, I like it. It looks absolutely great. But if I look at the hourly, to the left here, all that liquidity above 26,108, that's kind of like a magnet. I feel like the market could be going there. Obviously, we still have news. We have NFP this week. So it could be just stalling here and picking up liquidity from these lower levels. And then maybe on Friday, or who knows, it's going to bust through that 26K level and higher. That's why it's a little bit interesting. So the plan here on my end is to look for possible short positions on, if we have a displacement lower than, I would say, 740, then I would be looking for possible short positions to target that demand zone down there. If this one goes up to that 5/15-minute fair value gap, sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, and it's going to build the structure, I'm going to be looking for long positions from there. I don't know target wise how's it going to be, but this is the game plan. And as for gold, real quick here, as for gold, oh my gosh, do I have the markups here on gold? Yeah, I have. Trading view is a bit slow. So the thing is, gold has a 1 hour supply zone higher. So let me just zoom out on the 1 hour chart. We do have a zone. I feel like it could push one more time, but we have a new week opening gap lower still. And I know many gold traders are looking at this gap still. New week opening gap on Friday, Sunday here on January 4th. So I guess that is also something that's holding back the rally on gold. Despite that, I'm bullish. I'm going to remain bullish on gold. If by some reason we would be trading below 44.07, then I would be jumping in to go down to that. There's a 15-minute demand zone and lower the gap. So maybe. But otherwise, I'm going to be staying bullish with gold. I think it wants to finish up the move. This could have been just a liquidity squeeze, or liquidity sweep and the long squeeze. So long positions have been squeezed with this final move here after 8 a.m. this morning. So everything is lined up for gold to rally higher. So everything is ready. Once we're starting to shift way above 44.64.6, I would be looking for buy positions anywhere in a 5-minute fair value gap or maybe lower. I just need strong movement, and I'm jumping in. And low hanging fruit would be somewhere around, I don't know, maybe 4,500. We still have it there, or maybe higher. Who knows? But yeah, these are the game plans, and yeah, let's see what the market open will tell us, right?
Yes, exactly. Yesterday was wild, wasn't it? The open.
Oh, that was definitely wild. Yesterday was, I mean, it's, I was surprised actually. Where was it? Oh, yeah, here. I was actually bearish. I was definitely offside yesterday. And I was, then I also, yeah, we took the trade and it was nice. We made some profit, and Nick had a beautiful trade there. Mm-hmm. This was actually, how much was this? I mean, this was a 160 point quick move at the open. Are we going to have the same? We might going to have the same. So if it starts to move really quickly up there, it could be good for a scalp and to target that 800 and higher. If it starts to drop, then I would target that 748 level.
748.
748, because there's the zone that I really like. But if this one shifts, I would say if we pass through 7, that's just 10 points though. So the range is not too good. The problem is the range here. The problem is the range, and I don't have the volume profile, so I guess you can say more about that. But we are pretty much around the point of control levels here. Yeah. So if we would go higher than 790, that would be interesting for a 10-point scalp. That has to be a heavy position that I don't know if it's worth the risk though. So got to be careful.
Ooh, interesting. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I can share the volume profile, like what it looks like on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are just trading pretty close to VWAP right now. VWAP is at about 782. This is the 5-minute chart. Mm-hmm. So it looks like this area could potentially be a target as far as getting filled. We are down by about 44 points from yesterday's closing price during New York's closing price. Mm-hmm. Because that gap amount is little, typically it tends to fill more if it's a smaller gap. So we could potentially see a gap fill. It'll be interesting to see how the market opens. Yeah, I'm expecting like maybe the market kind of waits and sees a little bit to see what this number comes out at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is a red folder news. It's ISM services PMI, and then also JOLTS openings. Both are red folder news. So yeah, I think maybe, I don't know. It could be a very tricky open. I feel like every open is tricky.
Every open is tricky, but this one, especially now that we're in between these in these liquidity levels that we're looking at, it kind of makes it even more trickier. Because right now it's really just a coin toss. I feel like, I mean, we do have like 30 minutes after 9 just to see where the market wants to go. But I feel like that the market could be using that 30 minutes to sweep the liquidity, maybe both ends, like, or it's going to sweep that fair value gap higher and then goes lower, or vice versa, whatever. But it might just have, I mean, that's quite a lot of time. Like 30 minutes in day trading, especially on Newsday, is like an eternity. So that it really, I mean, that's
really
a lot of time. It really is. And that's a lot of time. So, let me just put these lines here. Yeah, so this is market open. This is the news release. That's a lot of time for the market to sweep both sides. So it's really a cool toss.
It is. And on the hourly, I do see we're basically consolidating within the last 3 hours, essentially, of price. It'll be interesting to see. I'm excited for today.
Yeah, me too, by the way. And if I feel like this is going, I do have maybe 1 or 2 accounts that I'd like to scalp with, like a mini maybe, but like 5 micros, 10 micros, who knows. I'm excited too. If I miss the move on any of these sides, then no problem, because as I said, I feel like it just wants to sweep the liquidity on both ends. So we might have another opportunity here.
Yes.
But yeah.
We love opportunities. I've been scalping more too, Tom. Are you scalping more? Or is this typical like?
I don't really, I still don't like scalping. It's not my thing. But I always respect every trader, everybody who is good in scalping, because I think it's just, it kind of needs that extra level of intuition or extra
Yes.
level of discretionary point of view of the market, and extra confidence. And I'm not saying I never had that. I do have it, but for different kind of trades. And scalping kind of, I mean, it can definitely derail me in a very fast way if I don't watch for my risk management process. But I know you're good in discretionary trades.
Thank you. Yeah. And same thing, Tom. Like I feel like with discretionary trading, with scalping, it is the downside, the side that we have to be aware of is like, okay, when do we call it quits? Like whether you're winning or losing, when do we call it quits? Because it's so easy just to like go, and then and then all of a sudden you're like, what happened?
What just happened? And by the way, speaking of what just happened, I think the rapid plan is still going on with the promo, right? And the pro plan as well, right?
Yes, exactly. I can share my screen.
Cool.
So the rapid plan MyFundedFutures has added 100K and also 150K accounts. So now you can purchase the rapid plan in 50K, 100K, 150. There is a discount, a promo going on right now. Don't use this code, use code YouTube.
Do not use the rapid code. Use YouTube, guys. We need some extra support from you guys to let MyFunded TV to be absolutely on the top. Yes. So make sure to use it.
Yes, exactly. For 20% off. Also, it's still 30% off using code YouTube off of the pro plans, any of the sizes. And every time you guys use code YouTube, it does help to support our channel, to bring on more traders, good programming. And if you find any value in our show, please do smash that like button, subscribe, and also use code YouTube. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And share the stream everywhere. Send the link to everybody and smash the like button. If you haven't subscribed already and you're just lurking in the background watching the stream, just, push the button. That's it. Easy to do.
Let's go. So we have 9 minutes left before the market's going to open. What are you guys thinking for the day? Are you looking for longs? Type in 1. If you're looking for shorts, type in 2. Or if you're thinking, I'm not going to trade, I'm just going to hang out with you guys today, type in 3.
Obviously do hang with us, as I always say. Like, we always have some good time here, but if you're not trading, that's cool too. At least wait for the news.
Yeah, and exactly. And just a reminder too that like not putting on a trade and you still have the charts up, that's still trading. It's such a important aspect of trading that took me a really long time to fully accept, that so much of trading is also just sitting on our hands. And just and just because we're not in a trade, like right now, I'm not in a trade, Tom, you're not in a trade, right?
We're not in a trade.
Like we're still trading. Waiting. Yes, exactly. We're still trading. So just a reminder to shout out to all the people who feel like I have to be in a trade to be trading. It's like, no, you're good.
No, you're good. You're good. And of course, as we always, I used to say that, like, on the evaluation accounts, we can make some more mistakes because let's just face the reality. Like, everybody wants to be really fast and get over on the evaluation account. And I get that feeling because we all want to we want to get that funded account as fast as possible. And I'm not saying you should not trade on the evaluation account. On the contrary, I think you can utilize that evaluation account to be a little bit more aggressive, but of course, within the limits. But like, by the way, MyFunded TV just put out a new video. Bull Barbie is talking about how to pass new evaluation accounts. Go check it out. And the thing is, what I think, you can be a little bit more aggressive if you want to, but I'm not saying to over risk. I'm just trying to say, once you try to practice that execution part of your trading methods. So if you have an entry model, if you have something, and we're always kind of hesitating on the funded accounts here and there, but at least on your evaluation account, you can go a little bit faster. Like, once you see that setup, just go and take it. I do have my biggest trust in you guys in chat that you know what you're doing. So obviously with proper risk management, you will be faster on that evaluation account. I'm sure about that.
Yeah. That is a tough one, Tom, of wanting just to get it over as quickly as possible. Like that is something I still struggle with. Like I just, if it's 2 days is the fastest that I can pass it, inside, I want to pass it in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, this is normal, right? Like in the prop space, everybody wants to get that funded account. Like, let's get that funded account real quick. And yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But like, don't worry. I mean, there's so many opportunities. That being said, and we're going to talk about this maybe later or during the week. I think it's also very exciting. We talked about this from a different angle, but like having different risk management strategies on your funded account and on your evaluation account. Because I saw that video today, so I think it's just a good idea to talk about it. And my approach is to have a different strategy, different risk management style on your evaluation account. Obviously, again, a totally different risk management style on your funded. So anyway, that's something to talk about, I guess.
It definitely is. Yeah. Okay. 5 minutes until the market's going to open. I do see a bunch of people are looking for shorts today, and then also a mix, lots of mixes. And then I did see people are also not going to put on a trade today, but they're still trading, but they're not going to put on a trade. Yeah.
All right. That's not a bad idea. And yes, waiting for the 10 a.m. news and then wait for the market to show its hand could be the best idea at all. So.
Yeah, we are just hovering around VWAP right now.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to put the VWAP on the chart. Let's see the VWAP.
We got time to say it.
Yeah. We're here just at the VWAP, everybody. So
our goal is to get him to say it every day.
I can say it every day as many times as you guys want me to say it. The VWAP. There you go.
I love the VWAP. It's one of my favorite indicators.
At this particular moment, it does feel like it looks like it might want to go up there to that fair value gap above 800. Let's wait it out. This is a nice up close candle for sure, and I'm on the 1 minute at least. So I'm just checking the 1 minute currently. Closed nicely above the swing high, above the VWAP, and we have a potential to go higher. I don't know, guys. This is just so tricky nowadays. NQ at the open. Let's just face it. It was last year. We last time see a nice proper open. Like anyway, it's tricky.
It was so long ago. Last year.
It was so long. Last year. Oh my gosh. I went to the barber shop last year. Imagine. And actually today, but that was, I just told today to the guy, hey, can you imagine I was here last year?
So we have about 36 points until the gap is fully filled in NQ.
Let's see.
It's looking like we might get it today. I don't know if we'll push it straight there or what will happen at the open, but we're so close.
I totally forgot to check on ES. I know many of you guys like to trade ES. I'm not an ES fan. Not that I think it's a bad market. I think it's an amazing market to trade because as far as I can tell and as far as I've heard from many other traders, and I've seen it myself, I would say levels are being pretty much respected. I mean, respected better than on NQ. But if I zoom out again on the 1 hour chart on ES, I mean, look at how close we are at all-time high. And we have, I'm going to put a line here, so close to 7K. It feels like that ES just wants to make sure that it's building up more positions and more structure above that 7K level. Now, if that's the case, then obviously sooner or later it could be pulling NQ higher. So, and we're again very close. We're like 12 points away. And that could be an easy pump here for ES to go through 7K. Anyway, just an interesting thought. Otherwise, nothing else. But we could be going higher.
Let's go. Black Candle Theory says, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. 2 minutes until the market's going to open. We have a special guest today in about 30 minutes. Pine Tree Trader will be joining us.
Nice. Pine Tree Trader to the rescue. But no, we love to have his methods, because I'm kind of studying the inside bar thing and all those entries. I mean, those are super cool.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll share more about his excuse me, his first inside bar and just trading inside bars in general. He also trades haramis, which are nice reversal candles. It kind of brings me back to what we were talking about yesterday with candles, and how just candlesticks can tell us a lot.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's one of the many reasons. The other reasons I want to hear more about it, because we talked about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, I'm not saying that candlestick formations are my go-to thing, but there are a few that I think it's important to take notice of and to just maybe somewhat implement to our trading style as an extra confluence. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, me too. Market's going to open in about 15 seconds.
Yes, hold your breath, everybody. Until 10 a.m. No, maybe a little sooner. All right.
Okay, I might take a scalp if it's looking like, oh, okay, market's open.
Markets open, everybody.
Ooh.
Let's play.
Let's go. Okay, I think I'm gonna hop in one micro, looking for a push.
There you go. 800 being tagged. Thank you so much. See you guys tomorrow.
Let's go. Let's go. We're almost at a full gap fill here. I'm just in one micro.
Oh my gosh. What a push here at the open.
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
It's looking like it wants to fill in this area of the volume profile. Push, push,
push. Come
push.
On. The tension is so high.
Pushing.
Oh my gosh, we can't breathe. What's going to happen?
The power of micros, you guys. I'm always amazed, because it's like it helps us stay in positions longer. Yeah, less stress too. I might get stopped out here. We shall see.
Oh my God, what is happening?
Oh. We're just hovering around VWAP right now.
Yeah. I really don't want to jinx this. I did not want it to jinx this. If it just took that 15-minute CB, the next move is going to be going down to the other side. And I don't want that for your trade. I mean, I want it to go to Asia high. 835 would be great up there.
I know. I probably got in a little late and didn't take profit early, right? But let's see if this works. I barely got stopped out. Look at this.
Oh my gosh.
The low is 770.75 in this 5-minute candle so far. My stop is at 770.25. We're looking for a full gap fill. But it looks like it filled most of it. Will the market give us a complete fill? I don't know.
That's a real good question.
Push.
It seems like it's pushing so far.
It's trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Breathe. I don't know. Okay. Hey, Denny. Denny's in the house. Denny says, go to silver. This is better.
Too late, Denny. Too late.
Denny.
What? You should have came sooner, man. I mean, it's too late.
We needed to do earlier.
You guys were talking about it after the stream. It's not my fault. It's yours, Denny. But anyway, it was cool.
Yeah. Denny has a silver strategy.
Oh, yeah. Denny, guys, you got to join SK and Denny in the Asia session. They are basically have a money printer machine there.
Yes. All right, here we go. It's trying to push a little higher. Come on, NQ. About 17 points, 15 points, 13, 10. Almost for fulfill. Push.
I'm kind of scared, guys.
8 points.
The tension is...
Oh my gosh. Wouldn't this be something? If it comes all the way back down.
I don't know who does the short clips for MyFunded TV, but this is worth one. Definitely. Just, let's pretend it. Okay, just
Oh man, it came so close. It went to 816, you guys. My TP is at 16.75.
What? That's it. I'm throwing in the towel, everybody. I don't know what is happening. I got to call NQ.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it on though. Let's see what can happen.
Yeah, what can happen, right?
What can happen? We are trading within this end of day, last power hour of New York. Maybe it can go a little higher for us before it can consolidate before the news. So we do have news in about 26 minutes, red folder news.
Red folder.
Hey!
There you go. Oh my God. All right, I'm done. Thank you. Bye. This was too much. No, it was awesome.
Yes. Oh my goodness. It missed my stop by like a few ticks, and then it missed that initial tick profit by a few ticks. Wild, right?
Okay, one of the many reasons you guys should join us at the market open, because who knows what's happening. I mean,
Exactly. Who knows what kind of trouble Terry can get into.
And then all you guys can pray for her, just let her survive.
Yes, exactly. Okay, NQ got a full gap fill. It is pushing in the green right now. It's looking like it wants to go check out those higher prices from overnight. The overnight high is 844.75.
Asia high is close at 35, I think. And anyway, I think we should be pushing even more a little bit. I mean, I would not be surprised. There was the Tokyo Open, and that put a small swing high at 8:35 at 8 p.m. yesterday. So I'm not saying that it's 100%, but hey, it should be finishing up the move there.
Yeah.
I think.
Very interesting. I think it's interesting too that in overnight during Globex, it took out yesterday's high, not by much. So yesterday's high was 837, and then the high it took out immediately. It went to 844, and then it rejected it. So it'll be interesting if we do go and recheck those prices. Yeah. I don't know. So far, it's the bulls are in charge.
Yeah, so far they are definitely in charge, and even if there going to be a pullback, which is quite possible, we are getting closer to those highs up there. So wouldn't be surprised on one more push, but who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, sometimes the bulls can get tired.
yeah, that's 100%. Yeah. Look at this pullback. Okay, back to the gap.
Wow. Wowza. Open is wild. This is why I love to trade micros. Like you can sit in your trade for so much longer, right?
Yeah.
And then it can feel intense, but not as intense if it were a mini.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely something that helps you to survive, like not just those crazy market moves, but even if you have a losing streak, obviously go with the micro, because it's just easier to recover and it's not going to hurt that much.
Yes. Yeah. Do you ever feel affected by seeing other people's P&Ls, Tom?
Yes, all the time. Not gonna lie, I'm always affected by that, and it's, how should I put this? This is an absolutely positive. I mean, it has the negative side effects on me, but I'm just saying it's a positive thing to see that also in my community, also in my Discord, in my YouTube, there are some really cool traders making 5 figures and really good trades, and I'm just super happy that we have these people in the chat as well here at MyFunded TV. So many good traders, and I'm seeing in social media these posts, and honestly, I mean, yeah, I do get affected by it, because especially when I'm having a losing streak. So it's, I'm going to be honest with everybody, it's not helping. It's not helping me. So it just makes my mind a little bit more like, man, what am I doing wrong here? And just start to question myself, like, okay, what is that person doing differently? And what am I doing differently than that other person? So what is the difference? I'm always trying to figure out these things, but nevertheless, I think it's just amazing that we have more and more people reaching some real big numbers in the prop firm space. So such a cool thing.
I love your honesty, Tom, because I think I know I've experienced it, and I'm guessing almost everyone listening and watching us have experienced it, where you do sometimes feel affected by seeing people's P&Ls
all the time.
Yeah, and sometimes it's very positive, right? Like it's super inspiring to us to see these ginormous P&Ls, and then sometimes we can compare on the negative side, and then it's like, oh well, like what the heck?
Yeah, exactly.
Frustrated.
Your subconscious, even without you knowing it, is comparing yourself. It's kind of nudging you from the inside that, hey, I have to make the same thing as well. I can be better than that, or I can make the same thing. You know, it's all about the ego problem again, and it's a subconscious thing. So it's just, it's kind of crazy to think about it, and that's why I said I'm super happy for all those people. By the way, that is just amazing. But I am affected by those things. I am feeling affected by those results, and especially when I have a losing streak, because I have losing streaks and I have some rough times here and there. But and when I see that, it makes me think like, okay, what could I do differently? And so this should not be affecting us. I mean, this would be something being totally not having any kind of emotional, thing on our mindset. But the thing, I do know someone. Actually, I think I said it the other week. I know a very good trader here in Hungary. The thing is, he completely deleted all his socials, everything. Facebook, everything. He's not watching any kind of trading related articles or nothing on the internet. And he told me like that was a game changer for him. But it's a subjective thing, I think. And that was for him the complete game changer. He doesn't even know what's going on in the prop space, whatever, and he's just super happy with his results. But anyway, just an example, like it's subjective, different for everybody.
Yeah. Have you guys experienced it before? Type in 1 if you've experienced. Ooh, market is pushing higher. Here we go. It did take out the overnight high, making a new high in NQ.
Yeah, and let's see a little bit of a higher picture or bigger picture here. We have a buy side liquidity 935, which is December. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm going to go back in time here to December 26. Yeah, Friday. I know there was no market open, but December 26 here actually created like the so-called 930 open. I know there was no market open, but still, I would say this is significant that 933, that it happened just there. It could have happened at 6 p.m., 8 p.m., could have happened on the 24th or whatever. No, it happened on the 26th. And it's just interesting that it happened at 930, that it created that oh my gosh, I just realized 930 was the hour on the spike, and the candle that created actually was, hold on, this is going to be interesting. Talking about numbers, it's going to be fun. Look at that. Okay, so the actual candle, okay, it's not it. Never mind. It happened at 9:30 and the high is 9:35. So it's kind of cool. Almost the same number. I think we're pushing higher here. Obviously, we don't know. I mean, let's check the number. What are we expecting here, number-wise? Job opening. All right. Number of job openings during the reported month. Okay, so they're expecting less job openings, which is not particularly a bad thing for the market. I think it's going to be bullish anyways, because I mean, not that I want to comment anything fundamentally, because I'm definitely not an expert on fundamentals. And I said there's so many ways to interpret these news, but I think the market already priced in for that Joel's job opening. I think it just wants to push it all the way back. What is happening on ES, by the way? ES, okay. Yeah, ES made a push to 96. Now back to 93, should be going through that 7K. I'm going to put an alert to 99. Yeah, let's see. If ES goes through 99 or 7K, we might going to have a drop or that so-called SMT on NQ. So we'll see.
We shall see. Congratulations to NNCHK1. You won a 150K account from MyFundedFutures. Let's go.
Congratulations, NNCHK1. I like the name there. Kind of cool. Just trolling you. I mean, congratulations, of course. Amazing. Yeah, this is the Big Daddy account, right?
Yes, the pro accounts.
All right. Cool.
Congratulations. Throughout the day, MyFundedFutures does drop forms in chats, and you can put your name on the form for a chance to win a Big Daddy account.
Oh, yeah. The Big Daddy account.
Yeah, I love those pro accounts.
All right. Let's sit
I
back
love those
and
pro accounts.
yeah.
So we have news in about 16 minutes. And then we also have Pine Tree Trading coming on to share more about his inside bars, Haramis, and to update us on his trading journey.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be amazing. I want to hear more about those candle formations for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah. And I will ask him that, like, I know he said earlier, and I'm just curious. I mean, he's trading maybe on the 5-minute time frame. I wanted to ask him, like, can we use the same approach on higher time frames, like 15-minute to 1 hour chart? Because that could be interesting for intraday swing trading. So anyway.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
So what are you guys doing, chat? What is happening? Anybody swimming in a trade? Hopefully not in drawdown, but in the green. What is happening?
Emma, did you knock out a trade? I think I saw that you had a TP set.
Oh, yeah. We want to see some green there. So
I'm waiting for the next setup. I don't see anything right now, but I'm going to patiently wait.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I see your volume profile there. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. So there is a level there as far as I can see on your chart. Okay, cool.
Wow.
So it's down there. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Oh, Keith just got back $1,000 out of the red. Let's go.
That's what it's all about. Don't think, just do, but actually think a little bit, but don't do it like Maverick in Top Gun. All right.
Chris is green. Let's go.
Awesome. Oh, yeah. Let's check on gold. Yeah, let's check on gold. I do see some questions about gold. Yeah, gold is a no-go. I mean, so far, this is the 5-minute chart here. Not much is happening on gold, to be honest, guys. We're pretty much in the middle of nowhere here. At the starting point, we are in a congestion area. It doesn't really want to go higher. I'd say if it's not going to go to that 1 hour supply zone, we do still have that 15-minute demand zone. Let me just actually show you. Let me switch to the 15-minute chart here. So this is the 15-minute chart, and we do have these bearish candles on the 4th of January, which is a Sunday open. So this is a Sunday open here at the New Year at 6:15 and 6:30. These two bearish candles created the zone, the demand zone. Now that's a pretty cool level. Actually, let me put the line here. Yeah, that's 4378.9 on gold. And we do have this void here, liquidity void or new week opening gap, whatever you want to call it. The thing is, that could be really like a magnet. But first, if we want to go down there, we need down close candles. In this case, at 8 a.m. this morning, and I'm still on the 15-minute chart, we saw this wick down there. It's just not enough, at least for me. This is not enough. I don't like if it's just a wick. We need down close candles, all right? So now that wick down there, it created a swing low. If even I would consider to go short on gold, I need this one to close below 4436.8. So we need that closure below that level. And so far, that's it. Otherwise, this is a no trade zone. All right. So no trades in this area. At least I wouldn't jump into anything. And even if I would consider jumping in a long position, I really want to see this go above like 44.66-ish area at least. So yeah, don't do anything on gold. I mean, not financial advice. I wouldn't do anything on gold right now. Don't do anything. Yeah.
Okay. Don't do anything on gold. But are you ready to do something spectacular, Tom?
I am always ready to do something spectacular. Yes. What is it going to be?
We're going to debate.
We're going to debate. Oh my gosh.
Let's go. We have about 11 minutes before the news is going to drop and before Pine Tree Trader joins us this morning. So the debate topic today is, which one is more important, trading psychology or technical analysis?
Ooh, trading psychology versus technical analysis. Oh my gosh. So trading psychology, like how do you mean trading? Because I mean, okay, I get it. Okay, I have it. All right.
You got it? Okay, what side do you want to debate, Tom? I'll let you pick.
No, you choose.
I get to pick?
Yeah.
I'm going to choose trading psychology as more important than technical analysis.
Okay. All right. I like that. Technical analysis is going to be my side. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. I like it. Yeah.
Chat, are you guys ready for us to debate? Type in 1 if you're ready.
Trading psychology versus technical analysis. That's an interesting compare. Okay. I like that. I gotta get in my thoughts here.
I'm ready.
Uppercut. There you go. Okay. So
okay, who wants to go first? Do you want to go first or should I go first?
Oh, you can go if you want. No problem.
Okay, here we go. I didn't have a lot of time to prepare, so I will do my best.
Okay.
I hope I win. Okay. Why trading psychology is better or not better? Why trading psychology is more important than technical analysis? Number one, one of the biggest reasons why I would say trading psychology is more important is because it doesn't matter how good your technical analysis is. If your trading psychology isn't spot on, you're going to screw it up and you will end up tilting. You will end up losing your accounts. And who likes to lose accounts? It sucks. It absolutely sucks. Trading psychology is so important. It's the magic sauce, regardless of how you trade. It doesn't matter if you're using technical analysis. It doesn't matter if you're using statistics. It doesn't matter if you have an algo that you've back tested and looks like it's amazing results, because if your trading psychology isn't on point, you will take off the algo and be like, oh, well, my algo experienced a loss. Let me hurry up and try and make back all the money. Or if you're trading like fair value gaps and it loses, you're like, oh, let me try and randomly do these things. to try and bring back my account to green. So that's why it's so important, that trading psychology component. I would say that is number one, why it's so important. Another reason why it's really important is because the trading psychology, if you're doing well with it, it's going to help your mental health. And who doesn't want to be a happy trader, right? We love our hair. We don't want our hair to fall out.
Yeah, too late. No problem.
We do not want to be stressed out from trading. And that's why trading psychology is so important. It's building that awareness, the insight of what's happening inside of us, what we're feeling, in order to prevent bad things from happening and to celebrate good things that are happening too. So those are my top 2 arguments for why trading psychology is more important than technical analysis. Back to you, Tom.
That was super professional. Back to you, Tom. Like I would be a field reporter out in the snow. Yes, it's snowing. All right, back to you. Yeah, I like it. All right. So, oh my gosh, these were like cool points. I got to give you that. I like it.
Thank you.
Good point. Good points there. But obviously missing the real point. So obviously, but So let's talk about why technical analysis is always going to be king. Like, who cares about psychology, right? Now, anyway, let's take it seriously. Technical analysis. Why is it super important? It could be the most important thing at all. Now, first of all, we're talking about psychology. Yeah, mind game. Yeah, it's important. But we need to talk about psychology most of the time because you're messing up your technical analysis. You're messing up your analysis of the market. You're not doing your pre-market analysis. You're not having your levels intact. And all that thing just getting you to kind of like a hurdle, like you're starting to question yourself. And then you got to go back to the psychology thing and everything, which is, of course, we do have to work on it. But I'll tell you what, once you know your technical analysis, you know the level that you're looking for, you anticipate where the market will go to. The name of the game is to get the emotions out completely. Now, once you're getting absolutely professional in your technical analysis, again, and I'm not just saying like you have to go with supply demand zones like I do or whatever. You can choose what suits you the best. Pivot points, swing lows, swing highs, fair value gaps, whatever, the weave up, whatever it is that you're using. Technical analysis is going to get you on point. All you need to do is just, execute the trade and just go by that technical. You just, do everything like you anticipated it, like you forecasted it to yourself, and just execute the trade. Without the technical analysis, obviously, you're going to have lots of issues on the psychological level. You always need to look for like some answers and work on your mindset and whatever. But once you master the technical side, the technical analysis, you never ever need to go down that path like questioning yourself, because you're going to be such a pro seeing those levels that it's just going to show you you're just going to execute. Like Mark Douglas says in the book, like you're going to get better and better in your analysis. You're going to see those levels and you never ever have to question yourself again. You never have to, read more and more books about your mindset and psychology, because you're just getting so much better on your craft, because that's also craftsmanship. Like you're just going to get better and better. Those levels are going to be there. You're repeating the same process every single day, and you don't even need your mindset to be worked on anymore. You're just going to be a ruthless, relentless, cold-hearted, no mindset, no feeling, cold hard trader. Just execute the trade, go in and take the money. That's it. So that is why technical analysis, once you're mastering that craft, then you're done. You don't need more psychological books and workshops and whatever. You're there. You're fit. You're the trader, and that is the biggest point I can tell you. Thank you. Back to you, Terry.
Very good. I liked it. Okay, let's get a poll. Let's see who won the debate today, Tom or Terry.
This was an interesting debate. I liked it. Yeah, it was interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah. Okay, everyone vote. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. There is a poll for us to vote.
I'm going to vote for myself. All right.
Yes.
At least somebody has to vote for me. All right. Thank you.
You must. Exactly. I just voted too. I voted for me.
All right.
Corey,
No way.
Corey, the phone trader, is in the house. Pine Tree Trader is on deck. He will be joining us in a few minutes here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hey,
Let's
Pine.
go. Hey, Pine. Yeah, let's welcome Pine to the show before the news drops. Pine Tree Trader, come on down.
We summoned Pine Tree Trader, and here he is. Hello.
Yo.
Yo. Hey,
Hey,
good to see you
everyone.
back.
What's going on?
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Good morning. How's it going? How was the day so far? What do you think about this market?
It's good. So I left the trade on overnight, actually, on YM, and made about $200. Actually closed out just as the market opened. So yeah, that's pretty rare for me too, to leave a trade on overnight, but I'm trying something new with YM. So
Interesting. Share a
Pine
little bit.
Tree is strategy hopping, everybody.
I am.
No,
I am.
No, you're not. So what is it that you're doing?
Well, It's kind of crazy. I actually just found it last night and I put it on. I'm actually looking at the 15-minute chart on YM. And this is going to sound crazy, so take your notes. But at the 9:50 candle, I actually got in a little bit late, but at the 9:50 candle PM, whatever that candle is, whether it's red or green, I'm hopping in with a negative R&R bracket. So I'm looking for 40 points, stops 80 points. Right now it's hitting over 90% on the last 3 months.
Whoa.
Wow.
So it's kind of crazy. So I put it on last night. It actually hit. So yeah, I'm up like $200 on all 3 of these MyFundedFuture funded accounts. But
I feel like I need to hear that again. But news is going to drop in about 40
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah. Okay. I definitely want to dive more into this. 90%. That's such a high win rate.
Yeah, we were actually talking about that. We want to pick your brain on these trade setups. So I want to hear that too one more time, and also the other method that you mentioned, the inside bar. But anyway, we're gonna wait for the news, and you know what? I'm gonna make a bet. No, but just a small bet. I don't think the market is gonna do anything for the news. So it's 10 seconds. I don't think anything is gonna happen. I mean, nothing is gonna happen, I think.
Is this reverse psychology, Tom?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Does this mean the market is just going to go bananas? Okay, here we go. News is dropping.
I'm going to win anyway, because if it's not doing anything, then I told you so. If it's doing anything, I mean, it starts to go banana, I'm still going to win. I don't know why, but it's still
100%.
It's not doing anything, guys. I won.
You won. Tom won.
Oh my gosh, it's doing something. Oh,
the numbers. ISM services PMI came in at 54.4. That's higher than expected. Forecast was 52.2. We're still waiting on the JOLTS numbers to come in. It's still pending. Yeah, both of these are red folder news. So
what about the numbers? What did they? And no update yet? Okay, no problem.
Oh, okay. So the JOLTS came in at 54.4, higher than forecasted. Forecasted was 52.2. Or I'm sorry, that was the PMI. The JOLTS is 7.15. It came in a little bit lower than expected. Expected was 7.61. Oh, okay.
So less job openings. What does that mean? Who knows?
Well, we have non-farm payrolls on Friday. So this could really move the market, right? Like people trying to get ahead of Friday's numbers.
Yeah, usually people talk about the JOLTS job openings like kind of a forecast for non-farm payroll, like what could it mean? But I really want to understand. Do you guys have any idea what that means right now?
I'm going to hop in short on 1 micro, just off of this news information. We shall see what happens. So I think what that means is there's less job openings than expected. And we never know if bad news is good news or if bad news is bad news, like depending on how the market reacts, right?
Yes.
I'm liking this trade because I feel like the market just loves to check prices. So that's why I feel also confident in jumping in this discretionary short trade.
Yeah, but you just said the magic word. Like you said, the market likes to check prices, especially like you're using the volume profile as well. And there are some liquidity levels down there as well. So the market likes to revisit those levels every now and then. So
yeah. Hopefully it will come down and test this low of this 5-minute orb. Statistically, it is a higher probability that the orb, both sides will get tested than only one side to get tested throughout New York's trading day. So we shall see.
Pine, what do you think?
Terry loves to trade off the news.
I do.
I literally I don't pay attention to any news because I kind of scalp throughout the day or just look for look to see what the 5-minute chart's going to do. But Terry had one of her biggest days ever based off fundamentals in the news. So
you and me in the same boat, Pine. Like Terry goes on with the trade, we're just going to watch from the sidelines.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got no setup right now, but I mean, I like it. I like the short. I think one of the plays I like to do is kind of reverse that 5-minute ORB, but I usually try to wait for a setup like an inside bar or a Harami candle to basically catch the longs going off the ORB or the shorts, and then target the opposite side of the 5-minute opening candle. That's one of the things that I like to do. I do that during Globex Open a lot too. So, but yeah, so I like to short right now. But
right now, targeting the other side of the orb, right?
Yeah.
What's the TP there for you, Terry?
776.
Ooh.
Yes. Power of micros. I mean, 1 micro. So no sweat. It's
No sweat.
Yeah. Let's see what can happen.
That's what I've been doing this year too, is just trying to trade smaller, a little bit smaller this year. That's kind of like the goal, to keep my funded accounts around longer. You know, it's just, you know, the whole hamster. For one, I hate passing evals. Like, it's annoying to me.
We talked about this. For me, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I hate being on an evaluation account, not because I think it's a bad thing at all, but I'm just it's just because it feels like I'm losing time and energy, my focus. I'm losing my focus, steering away my focus and energy from my funded accounts. I definitely want to spend more time and energy and focus on my funded accounts. So whenever I have to go back, occasionally when I blow up a funded account, because it happened in the past, so if I go back to an eval, it just kind of feels like, oh my gosh, I'm wasting my time. I just want to get through with this again and again. So I get it, what you're saying. It could be frustrating. It's a human nature thing. So
yeah, for sure. It's you get in that hamster wheel of trying to pass accounts, and then, you know, I think it can affect you and your funded side just psychologically, because, you know, like for me, I mean, full honesty is like, I might be sizing way too heavy on my evaluation, just trying to get it passed.
Me too.
And sometimes that translates into the funded account, and, you know, and then I end up blowing a funded account in one day because, you know, I'm going in 2 minis, 3 minis or something dumb, you know, and really these accounts, like 50K accounts, you know, you only get $2,000 in drawdown. So that's not a whole lot of money. You got to try to build that buffer up. Before you can size up, right? So
yeah, that's why obviously we need 2 different type of risk management mindset for the fundeds, of course, one, and for the evaluation accounts. And I totally get it. Like obviously it comes with experience. If you're confident enough in your skills, like, hey, I can reach a certain amount of payout from certain amount of funded accounts in a certain amount of a certain time period of time, then you will know, like, okay, I can spend a certain amount of money on evaluation accounts to maybe go a little bit more heavier than usual. So what I'm trying to say here is like, there's a 50% consistency on the MyFundedFutures evals here, which means you might even want to go for, sometimes at least I try to do the same thing. I try to go for that 50% in 1 or 2 days if possible. And obviously that's kind of a big risk on a 50K account, even though it's just an eval. And then I have to change my mindset and switch my mindset every time I go back to a funded account. So that's why it's tough sometimes. And then you got to have some numbers. I mean, by journaling, I'm not saying like journal every single trade, but you got to know some numbers from your past trading experience. Like, okay, how much evaluation accounts did I pass in the past couple of months or the last year or whatever? Or out of 10 evaluation accounts, how much can I confidently say that I'm going to pass? And then you have a number that you can count with. Like, anyway, I'm kind of steered away here, but what I'm trying to say is it requires a different mindset for sure.
What I hear you saying, Tom, is you need to know your numbers, and so that you can know like how to play the game, basically, like how to manage your expenses,
budget wise as well,
revenue.
You know, budget wise as well, like how much is going to be your expense, how much potentially that you're confident enough in your skills that, okay, I'm going to be able to grab at least a couple of $1,000s from these core accounts or starter accounts or whatever in the next like 2 months or something.
Yeah.
Then you can budget yourself in like, okay, like knowing this information, how much can I spend on evaluation accounts and be a little bit more aggressive? But that comes with time and experience and obviously lots of failures. So that's how it goes.
For sure. I think it's very important to just treat, like you said, just treat it like a business. I mean, this is a business. I mean, of course, you know, all of us, we're in a hosting business and you know, with affiliates, stuff like that, but we're also traders. And if you're just a trader, you got to treat it like a business. So you got to, you know, keep track of your costs. The idea is to be able to pay for new accounts with your payouts. I mean, that's the key. If you're running up a credit card bill, then that's no good, right? So
exactly.
but yeah, I mean, so like I usually tell newer traders, it's like, well, start with one. Like you don't need a bunch of accounts. Just start with one account. If you can get that passed and get to a payout, then you know, then you can expand from there. You know,
exactly, 100%.
Yeah, so it's been a learning journey for me too. You know, and sometimes like well, this year I'm doing much better. This is all like New Year's resolution type stuff, but I'm like doing much better at tracking my expenses, and I'm kind of old school. I write it down. I don't put it in Excel sheets, but
that's cool. That's absolutely great. I'm having the same thing. So I have my notepad here on my desk as well, and I'm writing down the numbers, expenses as well. I'm kind of journaling some good or bad days here as well. So I'm also old school, but that's the cool thing. Yeah.
So has any of you guys been trading silver lately? This seems to be the hot new thing.
No, yeah, exactly. I wanted to ask you about this. Like everybody's keep talking about silver. What's going on with that, Pine? What's happening?
So I have been trading a little bit of silver, but the nice thing is about I just been trading inside bars basically during the Globex stream and Harami candles. So basically the same setups. So I just been looking for the inside bars and Haramis. The nice thing with MyFundedFutures, I believe you can trade micro silver. So because silver, the minis are $25 a tick. So it's kind of wild. I have been trading a little bit of silver on stream and kind of usually on evals, like we were just talking, you know, usually you trade a little bit larger size.
You can smoke your account with 3 micros.
Right.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I just been trading the inside bars and they've been paying really, really well, especially for scalps. You can see like last night, you can just see like off these inside bars. I think my screen's showing. Yeah. I just been taking the trades. And if anyone knows, I trade inside bars. I basically just look for the break of these 5-minute inside bars on Tradeovate. It's called LDT inside outside bars. It's a free indicator that I just put it on my screen one day a couple of years ago and just started watching it. And I trade off the inside bars for gold, silver, NASDAQ. And I just kind of scalp off them. I look for 1-to-1s. Last night we took a nice 1-to-1 trade off I think this inside bar here, and basically 1-to-1 is you know, if you're risking $500, then you're looking for $500 take profit. I just look for a little nuances too. I look for like equal lows or equal highs or maybe a gap fill or something like that off them. But yeah, I kind of scalp through silver. I know everyone's been interested in silver, so that's how I trade it. I trade it the exact same way as I trade NASDAQ or YM or gold.
That is cool because you're doing this, you're practicing the same kick 10,000 times. You're not doing anything else, just the same thing over and over and over, which is key, everybody. This is one of the key things. You find something that's repeating itself in the markets, and there you go. Pine has the same method. Like he found something, everybody has something that we're looking for, something that repeats itself throughout the market, throughout the day, and you just go in and take it, and the rest is just risk management. That's so cool.
Yeah. Share with us a little bit more of real quick the inside bar for people who aren't familiar with how you trade the inside bars.
Yeah, so actually this kind of triggered a long right here. I'm not sure. So this is triggered a long on NASDAQ. I don't know if I'm gonna take it. I'm already up on my profit today, but like, so this triggered a long. I would trigger, it just triggered a break off the high of this 5-minute inside bar, and basically I just look for a stop. I put the stop below it at a minimum, and then I'll look for specific targets. So whatever, like maybe a 1-to-1. So if I'm risking like $200 or something, I'm looking for 200 at least. But you know, I kind of look left too. You know, I'll look left. Like, where are we going? You know, like, where are we going? Like, do we target up here? Are we going to try to like look for this wick up here? You know, something like that. And that's usually what I look for a target. I love like having a target, like an open gap that needs to be filled or something like that. That's always like the money for me. But yeah, so anyways, yeah, that's how I do it.
So it sounds like you do use some discretion as far as like which inside bars you take.
Yeah, so the very first inside bar, which is this one here, is a very systematic trade that I've taken in over and over and over again. And I usually look for on the very first one of the New York session, I usually look for about 20 points or, like I said, a 1-to-1 or something like that. But like 20 points is a pretty good. I think it gets around 68%, and you know, you risk the candles low, which sometimes it can be very large, so you got to size accordingly. Like, you can't just hop in with minis, because you could you know, probably 30% of the time it's going to pull back, and if you're in too heavy, it's going to wipe your account out.
Wipe out your account on one
yeah,
trade.
you got to size accordingly. But yeah, I mean, it's just something I usually take every single day when I see it. But yeah, it's a pretty, I got a video on it. It's called the ORB killer, just because it's like everyone wants to take an ORB trade, like and I just look for like the first inside bar to take, you know?
Yeah, the orb has become very popular. I'll pull up that video and I'll drop it in chat for you, for us.
It looks like it might be a loser today, but we'll see. So far it's holding that low, but
yeah, there's not a strategy that works 100% of the time.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, that's non-existing.
No,
I back tested the strategy that was hitting 100% of the time. Recently, it was funny, but it was only over the last 30 days, and it literally hit 100% of the time. I put it live on my funded accounts this week, and it lost.
Oh,
it was so worse. Like, it literally was like 30 for 30, and then on the 31st trade, it lost.
And do you feel like this strategy of yours is helping you to like get those emotions out of the equation? So you have those clear rules. I'm guessing. I mean, obviously, you just explained. So you have clean entry rules, clean methods how to exit and scale whatever risk management you have. But what I'm trying to say is that this actually helps you to completely get the, how should I put this, the emotion, the psychology thing a little bit, you know, to the back burner, and you just need to whenever you see the setup, it's just easy for you to execute it. Like you don't really have to think too much on this one, right? Or do you still need to understand the higher time frame context here, or is this something that when you see this forming on any given time frame, you just go in and take it?
Yeah, this one, what I'll do is I'll like dedicate. So I play the prop game a little bit. I'll just dedicate like 1 or 2 accounts to it, and that's what I'll trade. You know, something like a systematic type trade. I'll just take, you know, like 1 or 2 accounts. I'll trade that on those accounts, and that'll be it. The thing for me, so like some of the changes that I'm making this year is that I am copy trading some accounts smaller, but then I'm kind of keeping 1 account or 2 accounts to kind of, I call it the degen account, to kind of like go in and try to make a little bit bigger size. So like if I have a pro account or something where there's no consistency, you know, for me, I'm a type of trader that can make you know, thousands of dollars a day. You know, I can make,
Mhm.
you know, $10,000 a day. I've done it, you know. So I need an account that I can do that with. So like I'll take a pro account and I'll just like, that's my DGen account. I'm going to try to like really build that account up. And then the other accounts that might have a little bit of that have consistency or something like that, then I'll just, you know, trade those a little bit smaller and just base hit it throughout the day. But then doing a systematic trade, something like this, the key for me is to be able to walk away red, because if it loses today, like it did, it just lost.
Mhm.
To say, okay, well, I lost $300 on this account today. That's fine. I'm just going to walk away red on that account. And to me, that's like practice.
I
Walking
wanted to
away
ask you
red
this, like,
is
is
so
it
hard.
is it hard for you to walk away on a red day, like without being stopped out? Of course, you just said yeah. I mean, that's amazing, by the way, making 10K on a pro account on one given day. That's just super amazing. And I did see a couple of your posts there on X, so that is super amazing what you do there. But are you able to walk away from like a relatively bigger loss on an account without losing it, without overtrading, without hitting your maximum loss limit? Can you do that?
So that's something I'm working on for sure. Like I definitely been struggling with that lately. Something that I've been struggling with that I've actually talked to Terry about is that when I hit a high watermark for the day and then I keep trading and then I have a losing trade after that. So let's just say I'm up $1,000 for the day. And next thing you know, I'm down $600. I mean, or I lose like 300, 400 bucks. I'm like constantly trying to get back over that high watermark for the day. It's just something psychologically going on in my head, and it's something I'm really working on. I've been doing much better with it lately, but yeah, that was just like I caught myself doing that, like over trading and just like spending all afternoon just trying to get back over that high watermark. And
That's
so
so
I was just like,
interesting. So you make
yeah,
$1,000, you give back a 500, and you
yeah,
just can't let go. You need to make it back, even though if
right.
you're in the green. Wow.
Yeah, it's very human. I see Coop
Yeah.
says sounds very familiar to myself. LOL. Yeah, I experienced that too. Like where you knock it out, you're green, all your accounts look fantastic, and then you give up a little bit, and then it's like, ugh.
Yeah.
When you start
For
trying to
me,
battle.
for me, it's something. I mean, for me, this is absolutely not a problem. This is why it is so interesting.
So
If I make $1,000 on any of my funded accounts, and by some mistake or reason I give back 500, I am still walking away with a big smile on my face, like, who cares? I made 500. I don't care, and I'm happy to walk away. And that's why I was asking. Like, it seems like everybody has a different trigger. That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually like on an account, like a pro account, something where there's no consistency. And it's like, I feel like I need, it's like, I feel like I just need to make as much money as I can on that day. It's a little ridiculous, but like that, like I kept falling into that. I call it, it's almost like a trap, where, you know, a lot of times I'll do better just, getting those base hits for the day and just building those accounts up slowly. And the next thing you know, over 2-3 weeks, you're like, oh, wow, I'm over payout. Like I could take a payout on all these accounts, by just making, $200-300 a day or something on those accounts, which, and then stopping yourself. So.
And by the way, speaking about stopping, and I'm trying to get to the point of building a certain buffer. What do you think about that? Like, are you used to, I mean, do you build up like a bigger buffer as big as possible, or first you just take the first money as you can out from the funded account, or what is it that you like to do? Like, would that be a concept, for example, on a pro account or any given account, just to build more and more buffer? Would that give you more bigger room, more buying power, just to build more and more, or just take whatever you can out of every account? What do you think?
So to me, it kind of depends on the account. What I like to do now is like if I'm over the buffer. So, like if you have is it the rapid account that has daily payouts, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like if you have the rapid account and you're over the buffer and you can get daily payouts on that rapid account, then you can. So what I like to do is stay over that buffer. I like to have a little bit of buffer over the buffer, right? And So that way, like if I don't slip underneath that the next day after I take the daily payout, then it's no big deal, right? So you can take a loss, a reasonable sized loss, but then still be able to maybe come back the day after that and then have a nice winning day, and then be able to take another payout or something, you know, once you're over that buffer, and to stay over that buffer. Because psychologically for me, like if I drop underneath that buffer, then I spend all day. It's kind of like that high watermark thing. I spend all day trying to get back over that buffer.
Yeah, now that's familiar. Yeah, and by the way, it's a good example from this Rapid account. So that's a very good example. So once you hit I think it's $500 the minimum payout on the Rapid. I think so. Once you hit let's use an example here. You have a Rapid funded account. You hit the buffer and you hit the extra $500. What do? You take out the first 500, or you say, I want to make a little bit more tomorrow, or what do you do?
I try to make a little bit for me, because I think it's all where you're at in your journey too. Like if you're someone that this is your first payout, take the money.
Yeah.
If this is your first payout, take the money. But like if you're someone that can consistently get payouts and can make money throughout the day, then I think that it's best to just kind of build it up a little bit. And so that, like I said, that way, like when you take that payout, it's not going to affect that buffer. And you could take like a $200-300 loss the next day, and it won't affect, you psychologically. And then maybe the day after that, you make, $600-700, and then, all right, and I'll just take out some more money,
Yeah.
That's what I've been trying to do lately.
Yeah, that's cool. That's why I was asking. It's super awesome. Yeah. Build more buffer, get more profits, and making 10K and a couple of $1,000s. I know you did it. I saw you're doing it, and that's just amazing, which requires, I would say, in my opinion, that requires a lot of focus, mental awareness when you're in it. I guess you're going with minis there, and I'm guessing, right? You're going with minis when you're you're making a couple of $1,000s, and that definitely requires a very, very tight, very good focus, awareness, and tight risk management. So that's a huge deal.
Yeah, usually when I end up having those bigger days, I'm adding, it's like the Tom Hugard method, that's his book back there. It's kind of like my dude, is like adding to the winning trade, right? Like that's the thing. So if I catch a nice move, like off the open or whatever, I'm like, oh, this is really going for that gap fill or something like that, then I'll just add to that winning trade. And then all of a sudden it's just like, your account is growing.
That is so interesting. Fast. Yeah, that is so interesting that you said that. So as you said, you're seeing that, okay, that level is going to get taken. You just keep adding to it, because as far as I understand, you're getting more and more confident in a certain situation. If you're confident enough that, okay, this is an excellent level, you just keep adding to it. Like it doesn't matter if it's drawdown or currently, or if it's in a winning situation and in green, you just keep adding to it.
Yeah. I really I'm not a DCA trader now. Sometimes I do when it's very, very slow, like during my stream. So any of my fans are out there, they're like, well, you DCA'd last night. Well, yeah, I probably did, but it's not part of my.
It happens.
And I'm talking about DCAing. This is why I asked, like, this is super important. If you have a level that we talked about this so many times, like you're anticipating a level or whatever it is that you're looking for, you're seeing that, okay, now this is going to happen. This is so close that it's going to take that level. Then obviously adding more positions, adding more contracts to that position. I wouldn't call that specifically DCAing. You're just actually scaling up your positions.
Scaling in.
Scaling in.
Quick question. So someone in chat asked if you can go over your YM negative R&R strategy before we go. We have about 3 minutes left. And also someone asked of how I zoom in and out and move things around on Tradeovate. I just use my mouse and use this wheel here, and then it makes things big and small. So shout out to, I believe, Luffy Trades asked that question. But yeah, can you quickly share more about that negative R&R strategy? People are very curious. 90% win rate is what your back test showed.
That is amazing.
Yeah, so it happens at so right around let me pull it to see if I can pull up my notes here real quick. It's the secret sauce, guys.
It's secret.
Get that book away from him. Come on.
Yeah. So it's so it happens around the 9:50. So like I said, I got in a little bit later. I actually found it last night, and I liked it so much that I automatically just put it in a live. I just was like, oh, this is good. So it was actually late last night. It's around 9:50 or so p.m. And what I'm looking for is a close of that 15-minute candle.
Mhm.
So it's actually would be the 10 p.m. I guess candle, and I'm looking for the close, and then I'm just hopping in whether it's red or green, and I put in a 40-point take profit and an 80-point stop loss. And so you basically on one mini on YM, you're gonna make like $200 to $250 or so, depending on you can adjust it a little bit, and then your loss is gonna be $400 if you lose. But so far, or what I just back tested now, seems to be hitting pretty well. So that's what I'm trying. I'm trying it. I don't recommend anyone doing it yet because
But yeah, like this is a very, I mean, obviously it's a high win percentage, which is super awesome. That would, mathematically speaking, that would definitely require from any trader that you need to let this trade go a little bit sometimes. So you need to have some bigger room to wiggle around until it gets to that TP level sometimes, right? So that negative risk reward ratio does come in play at some point.
Yeah. A lot of people don't talk about negative R&R trades, but if they can work, and it's kind of opposite the way we're taught when we start. But if you have a high win rate, they can work. So
Thank you for sharing, Pine Tree Trader, and thank you for visiting us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
This was
great to talk to Tom too.
Oh yeah, this was awesome. Hope to see you soon.
Yes, hope to see you soon. Final thoughts, guys. Pine, Tom, before we head out.
I'm just gonna say. So I usually say this about every time, but stick to a daily loss limit. That's kind of like my favorite thing. Is don't use the account as the whole loss limit, right? Just stick to a daily loss limit, whatever size account for you. So whether it's $500, stick with it. Like if you lose $500 on the day, walk away, come back the next day. Just stick to that daily loss limit. Keep those accounts.
We like it. Yeah, and don't forget to dehydrate.
Dehydrate. And Pine Tree Trader does stream live every evening at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Actually, you log on a little before,
so I'm on every single night, Sunday night through Thursday night for the Globex for the market open. So 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm on. I stream for a couple hours and we hang out. We do giveaways, all kinds of stuff. So come hang out. Come subscribe to my YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Pine.
Tom, last minute thoughts before we head out for the day. And Ash is going to take over. Everyone stay tuned.
Yeah, nothing special. I just want to thank everybody. This was a great session. I enjoyed it very much. So just, stay tuned. Lots of value from Ash, and stay until the end of the stream today. So this is going to be amazing.
Let's go. W's for Pine and Ash. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Cheers,
bye,
everyone.
guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. What's up, everyone? How's everybody's week going so far? How's everybody's day going so far? Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into my segment, and then we'll get into some of the information here. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Martin. Robert, what's up? You Mutt, good morning. Mr. 10 Below, good morning. NQ Raisin, good morning. Son of Wall Street, how are you doing today? Nick, good morning. It's me, Trades, good morning. Fernando, good morning. The Punisher, good morning. Billy, what's up? Jamie, what's up? Q Mendez, how are you doing today? Marcio, good morning. Cyprian, good morning. Trade Warrior, good morning. Robert, good morning. Green, good morning. What's up, everyone? How's everybody doing so far? Let's see how we're doing on the week, too. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade so far this week. Good morning, Jaybird. May Cookie, good morning. How's everybody doing so far? Let's see how their week is going. Let's see some 1s so far. Okay, very good. Couple 2s in there as well. All right, couple 2s. Seems pretty 50-50 so far. Couple more 2s coming in. Okay. All right. Well, no matter where you're at on the week, let's make sure that we stay in control of our risk management. If you're up on the week, then protect those gains. If you're down on the week, try to lessen the blood. Okay, don't allow that to cause any type of tilt to ruin the rest of your business. All right, so if you're down on the week, stay patient. Now is not the time to start over trading. Now is not the time to start oversizing. Just stick to the plan, stick to the risk management. Okay. Let's update some of the biases as well. I want to go over the weekly outlooks that we talked about during Monday. All right, so first things first here, we have NQ. As we were talking on Monday, we were looking to see if this bullish FEG here could act as support for higher prices. And we were able to get that. So we had 2 targets here, which are the swing highs. The first target has been completed. And we're reaching now for the second target. So very good job on the bullish bias there on NQ and ES. ES is leading the way a bit here. As we spoke earlier in the week, ES looked much cleaner than NQ. Very simply put, what I mean by cleaner than NQ is this area here. ES's ability to make a very clean swing low within the bullish FEG, that is some clean price action there. And it makes complete sense that ES was able to reach higher for the further target there. So NQ hasn't reached the high on, what is that? Friday the 26th. Let's hop back over here. Friday the 26th. NQ trying to catch up to ES here. I understand that it has better percentages on the day, but ES already took out the high for Friday the 26th. So very good job on the bullish bias for ES and NQ. They achieved the objectives. And after I complete the weekly outlook, I am going to go into a long position that I took this morning. That way you can also see how to use the bias within executing your intraday trades. Let's make sure we get oil, the dollar, and euro done as well. On oil, we were looking at again, another bullish FEG. And yesterday, I would have considered that objective to be completed. Okay, so let me just back this up because this is where we left it off. Okay, so we left it off here on Monday saying that we were looking for this bullish FEG to act as support for higher prices, and it did get the bounce towards the swing high. So we were reaching higher for here, which, no, it didn't go above the swing high, but man, first of all, let's just, what is this? Let's see how close this is, first of all. 1 cent away. Wow, okay. That is criminal. 1 cent away from the target. All right. Either way, it bouncing off of the FEG and reaching higher to the swing high, I would consider the objective completed here. It doesn't literally need to go above the swing high for it to be correct. You got the bounce from the FEG. Ever since then, it's been selling off. That's a different story. We'll cover that in a second. We're updating the weekly outlook that we had from Monday's live stream. Please feel free to just go back to Monday's live stream if you want to do any fact checking. For the dollar, we were looking for the bearish FEG to act as resistance for lower prices. We got a good initial first move. We were looking for these targets here, right? A move from an FEG to a swing low. The only other swing low is here. We got the initial first move. It was a decent move, but quickly bought up. Right? So we almost hit the first target here, but then it turned around. Bias doesn't change for me here. This is still a very clear FEG and a clear rejection. So I am curious to see if we reject from here again and continue to look for these targets. That's something I'm going to be looking for on the dollar moving forward. Lastly, the euro. Euro, we were looking for a bounce. We were looking for a bounce from the bullish FEG. This FEG here. We got a very nice reaction there on Monday, but close to no follow through there on Tuesday, and we're back to the area of support now. So no real move here, but I am going to continue to keep watching this area, looking at this area as an area of support, seeing if it could bounce from here. Okay, so the bias is going to remain the same for the dollar and euro is where I'm going with this. On oil, the objective has been completed, so I no longer have a bias on oil is what that means. The bullish bias that I was looking for played out, and now I'm done having a bias here, and I'll wait for more information to develop. ES, the bias was completed. Very good job there for the bulls. And NQ, the first target was hit. We'll see if they want to reach for the second target or if this becomes a crack in correlation. So definitely something to look forward to. NVIDIA news I'm seeing in chat. What is the NVIDIA news? If you don't mind sharing, that would be greatly appreciated. What happened with NVIDIA? You get some volatility in here on NQ because of it. Let's see. Decent little dump there. What was the news on NVIDIA there? China asked NVIDIA to halt H200 orders. Okay. Okay. Was that just the next liquidation for our next target, taking out all these lows in here to continue the trend higher? We'll see. Is that the correct NVIDIA news too? Or, yeah, it looks like a couple people are saying China tells tech company to halt NVIDIA H200 chip orders. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you guys don't mind, please, if there's any relevant news, definitely bring it to chat. It would be greatly appreciated if you can keep the entire community up to date. You can clearly see how the market reacts to things like this. Okay, so now, next, let's go into a trade review. For anybody that follows me on Twitter, you would have seen this information on my Twitter, and we're going to go through it now. So, heading into New York Open, okay, let's walk through this step by step so that you can even hear the logic that goes into it. All right, so we're heading into New York Open here, right? 929 candle. I already explained to you that I was bullish, right? Our weekly outlook is bullish, so we were looking for higher prices. We don't need to go over bias again, but now it's a time to do something that aligns with that bias. This is where you mold having a bias into your executions, right? Using the information efficiently. So with a bullish bias, that's where I go and start looking for bullish points of interest, right? Either swing lows or FVGs. And you can see this is the most recent FVG here on the 15-minute time frame heading into New York Open. Okay. Let's take a look at what happens here. We'll go down to the lower time frame so you can see it. And we're going to walk through this step by step so you can see the logic while it's happening. So first thing here at New York Open, we get a move lower into the higher time frame point of interest. Now that we're at an area, a bullish FEG, to be looking for longs, that's where I'm looking for the confirmation tool, right? So let's take a look. You can see that ES swept out all of these lows, the 836 low, the 905 low. Let's go and take a look at NQ. And look at NQ here. Look at what NQ is doing compared to ES. Okay, so NQ is making higher lows at the same time that ES is making a lower low. Chat, what are we looking at here? Throw it in chat. What is this confirmation tool that we're using that is the thing that says, okay, it's time to start looking for a position here? What am I pointing to currently? What is this? Because this is key information here. Look at the difference. We're bullish, so we're analyzing bullish higher time frames, and when we get to the bullish higher time frame, we're looking for this. NQ's making higher lows when ES makes a lower low. That's a cracking correlation right there. This is bullish SMT. Two correlated assets doing something different at the same time. And what time is it doing it? At an important time of New York Open. At this point in time, now it's a matter of just waiting for the entry function to develop. And there you have it. We have a swing low. We have a swing high. We have a new low. And then we have displacement through the breaker. Okay, so here's your 15-minute FEG. Here's your 15-minute SMT. Here's your breaker. Highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. Here's your FEG that's aligned with it. Breaker block plus FEG at New York Open from a higher time frame point of interest with bullish SMT. This is a long right here. This is a long right here, right? Since we're already inside of the breaker, you could just be market ordering in right now. Long here. Looking for 2R. All right, so entry, stop loss, take profit. And it plays out beautifully. So if you want to see those executions, I have them posted on my profile. Just go check out Twitter. It was a beautiful way to start the year, putting the higher time frame order flow with the important time of New York Open, then adding a higher time frame level with SMT to confirm the idea, then going to a lower time frame, looking for an entry function, and executing it with risk to reward. Okay, so before we get into today's price action, I'm going to open it up to chat. We could do a little bit of a question and answer on this trade specifically before we move forward in the segment of looking at the current price action and what to look forward to for the rest of today. So I'm heading back over to chat. If you have any questions regarding this position, feel free to throw it in chat before we move forward to current price action. And let's see what chat has here. Why target 2R if you can hold to the actual draw on liquidity? Well, first things first is there's a 10 a.m. news driver coming up, right? Look at this. This is 9:46. So the first question you have to ask yourself is, are you willing to hold a position through a red folder news event? Right? We had PMI at 10 a.m. Are you willing to risk your position in which it is a winner, right? You've already been delivered profit. You could just take profit here and be done, plus 2R, or you can risk holding it through the red folder news. Chat, what are you going to do? Are you going to hold it through a red folder news, yes or no? Or would you be the individual taking profits here? Because if you didn't take profits, right? Let's see what happens. I think that might actually be the definition of greed right there. Chat. That might actually be the definition of greed right there. So either take your 2R and be done, or be willing to lose the trade by holding it through news. So very good question. But when the objective is completed, personally, I think you should take what the market has given you, or minimally ensure if you want to be greedy, right? Let's at least do this. If you want to be greedy, at least raise your stop loss to a beautiful win, right? So let's just go back to it real quick so you can hear what I'm saying. If you do want to be greedy, right? This is already plus 2R, right? So why not raise your stop loss all the way up here to ensure that you get plus 2R? Then you can see like, okay, let's see if I can hold it through the news. But then you still even have to risk the fact that during news, you'll actually get a fill. And that's when slippage occurs, when there's higher volatility moments. So again, in my opinion, it just sounds like taking profit there is the best option, right? Like just take what the market gives you instead of trying to hit home runs. Very good question, though. Very, very good question. Let me get back to chat, see if there was other questions. All right, let's see. When we have SMTs, which one do you enter? Well, first off, if you have multiple SMTs, are you using multiple time frames? Is that what you're referring to? Like, are you saying there's an SMT on the 1 minute and the 5 minute? Or are you saying, is there bullish and bearish SMT happening at the same exact time? I'm going to take a guess on what the question is. When we have SMTs, which one do you use? I create a bias heading into the market session. You saw how I created a bias by getting out on the daily chart. I was bullish because price was bouncing from a bullish FEG, reaching higher to a swing high. Therefore, since I'm bullish, I'm most interested in looking for bullish SMTs. If I'm seeing bearish SMTs when I'm bullish, then that would be a moment in time to be patient and wait. So that's how I use SMT. I align it with my bias. I want to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. And if I'm getting conflicting information, then just be patient and wait. Why didn't you enter on the retest of the breaker plus the FEG? The entry was right here at the 937 candle. If you want to see the executions, just go over to my Twitter profile. But this is a retest to the breaker, right? Right here. This is when the entry function is confirmed. Swing low, swing high. New low, new high. We've broken through the breaker, right? So we displaced through the breaker, and there's an FEG aligned with it. So any candle after this one right here is a valid entry, right? Entry right here, entry right here. Could have entered on this one, and now we're off to the races. All of these are entries, 1, 2, 3. It's inside the breaker after it has been confirmed, right? And then I took profit when it ran to the target. So the position was done. Let's see. Any more questions on the position from this morning, or should we move forward to price action for the rest of the session? I'll take profit and possibly close position. Yeah, taking what the market gives you is definitely the right answer there, especially when the risk to reward that you were looking for was achieved. So you take the one that you have a bias for. For example, if we are bullish in a higher time frame and we see bullish SMT between NQ and ES, ES makes a higher low and NQ sweeps the low. Which one are you taking? You do want to be taking the stronger pair. So I understand that I executed the weaker pair this morning, right? That is definitely a concern, right? So in my notes, that's one of the things that I would write as what to do better moving forward. Right? For anybody that's been working with me, they would know that I would say long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. In this example, NQ is the stronger pair, right? Because ES is the one that took out the low. This low right here. It took out the low into the FEG. At that same exact moment, NQ did not take out the low. So this is the stronger pair here on NQ. So yes, long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. But now this is the difference to why I did not execute NQ, because looking at New York Open, the entry function isn't here. So that's the difference. That is why I executed ES. ES has this right here on the lower time frame, the breaker block plus the FEG. NQ does not. Right? Here's NQ. Oh, wrong button. Hold on. Low, high, higher low. Higher high, higher low. Higher high, higher low. Right? So NQ does not have my entry function. This right here. Excuse the arrows. So that's the difference there. Very good question. I want to be long in the stronger pair, shorting the weaker pair, but I still need my entry function so that I can measure risk and understand take profit and stop loss. How's it going, guys? It is going well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing today? Ash, looking clean. Oh, thank you very much. Pigeon, it is great to see you again. Happy New Year's. Hopefully the holidays went well. I definitely need a haircut, though, so might be time to hit up Tom again. Thank you, though. Hope your day is going well. so that I understand it correctly, you would long the one that made the higher low in that example. So first things first is you have to understand that I'm getting the SMT on a higher time frame. Okay, so here's an example of bullish SMT. Okay, in bullish SMT, you're analyzing the lows. You're analyzing the lows between two correlated assets, right? Seeing that this asset took out the low, this asset did not take out the low, this would be the stronger pair. This is the pair that I would want to trade. I find this on the higher time frame, then I go to the lower time frame and look for my entry function, which is this right here. A breaker block, right? So a breaker block is a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. You're going to find the breaker within this leg here. The bullish breaker is going to be the highest up close candle in that leg. Then I also want to see an FEG aligned with it. Okay, so just know the difference. SMT on the higher time frame. When I'm bullish, I want to be using the stronger pair. That's the pair that makes the higher low. Then I go down to the lower time frame and use this as an entry function. So hopefully that works out well. Let me know if you have any other questions. Gladly willing to help. What if the breaker block and FEG is there, but without an SMT? Then I have less conviction. SMT is a tool that helps me say, do I want to actually take this trade? Yes or no? If SMT is not present, then I have less confidence to taking that trade. I'm not a perfect human being, though, is what you have to understand. I also make mistakes. There has been times where I've taken trades without SMT. It's the normal progress of a trader. You make mistakes. You don't do things perfect 100% of the time. Yes, I would rather have SMT present to take the trade. But yes, I have also taken trades without SMT. It is a tool to provide conviction to an already existing idea. So we're getting some higher prices. Once again, let's see if NQ can reach for that second target. Chat, let's throw a quick prediction in there as well. Are the bulls still alive here? Yes or no? Type 1 into chat if the bulls are going to continue higher today, and type 2 into chat if you think the bulls are done. Bulls need to send it to the target. Type 2 in chat if you think it's time for the bears to step in. Number 1 or number 2? Are we going higher for the rest of the session, or are we going lower? Can we go get that second target? Bunch of bulls in chat. All right. Almost all bulls in chat. I only see a couple twos in there. All right, then. Let's see if the bulls can continue. See if the bulls can continue. Why is Delta? Why the Delta isn't confirming the higher highs also E is slow as well. So this is one of those moments in time where I'm going to have to defer to somebody else. I don't use Delta. So anytime I don't have the information, I'm going to have to just defer to somebody else. I'm not going to hand out random information that I don't have that just doesn't sound correct. So I'm sorry, I can't follow through on that statement. I don't use Delta. You'll have to speak with a Delta trader. Anything works in the market. If they're consistent and can take money out, that's a win. That couldn't be more correct. If it doesn't matter how you trade, if you make money, that's all that matters. You either lose money here or make money here. This is not a matter of what works and what doesn't work. It's a matter of making money or losing money. So, however you make money is good. There is no one size fits all. If you make money, however you do that, you should keep doing that. Winning number is 21. Hold on. There's no way you guys did that for me, because 21 is actually my favorite number. I should probably not be saying this out loud, actually, because sometimes I use that for giveaways. But is there any correlation there? Any chance the number 21 has a correlation there, Magnus? Because that was a great number to pick. That was my favorite number. That was the number that I had when I played sports growing up. Let's see what they say. But congratulations to the winners. Another day, another giveaway. You know, the amount of value that has been given away on this channel is astonishing. Do us a favor, if you've gotten any value from the channel, from any of the hosts, from any of the giveaways, from any of the trades that we go over, do us a favor, like the video, sub to the channel. We're going to continue to keep doing this. Ash was Deion Sanders? No, I was a running back. Deion was a safety, wasn't he? I was a running back. I played football and lacrosse. All right. Let's also take a look at what we got for the rest of the session. There really is just nothing stopping us from going to the target. It's a very clear structure. The lows are being swept. We continue to keep making higher highs. The trend is higher right now. ES definitely lagging here. That had a better pullback on that, the news for PMI and the news for NVIDIA. But ES looks like the lows are being swept as well. And we're trying to reach for the highs. So let's see if ES can make a new high of day, while NQ goes and takes the last target there on the daily. Did you master the piano? No, they, as you can see, they repoed the piano. They said I don't use it enough, so sad to say that one had to go. Sad to say. We'll have to pick up a new hobby. But chat, as we're waiting and watching, throw some questions, throw some comments in the chat. Let's go over it. Could be anything to do with this trading business. Feel free to ask any type of questions. It really doesn't matter how beginner, intermediate, advanced it is. I'm willing to help and share any experience from my own experience of day trading. Gladly willing to help on any questions. In terms of price action and risk, I'm very happy with the green that I was able to accomplish this morning. So I'm not willing to hand that back. This is one of those moments in time that I would say it's time to go touch some grass, right? When you create a game plan, you execute the game plan, you get a result to the game plan, you've documented and journaled that entire session, then it's time to step away. Then it's time to protect the capital gained and go do something good for your health and well-being, right? Touch some grass, get an exercise in, ensure the fact that you won't hand back your profits to the market. Do you have a tip for when I mix up different time frames and then no longer know what I should be trading. You need to cut out your time frames. Information overload is going to cause a lot of confusion. So I highly suggest you determine which time frames you're even willing to look at. Right? Literally get rid of these time frames. It's as simple as doing this. Ready? Boom. Get rid of it. Seriously, like too many time frames is just going to cause information overload. Right? If you're trying to get a bias from the weekly chart, the daily chart, and the hourly chart, they're all going to have different information. So you need to only just choose one time frame. Use the daily for your bias. Use the hourly for your market structure, your higher time frame points of interest, and for looking for SMT. Use the 5-minute entry function. There's the 3 time frames that you use and how you analyze them. Don't worry about the rest. So, my opinion, it doesn't matter if it's the ones that I just mentioned. What does matter is you pick one higher time frame, one medium time frame, and one lower time frame. You can do the daily to the 15-minute to the 1-minute. That works fine too. But the point that I'm getting at here is not having too many time frames. If you have too many, you're going to fall into information overload because every single chart's going to say something different. Ash, kind of noob question, but still. Chat, first of all, before I even get into this, it doesn't matter how beginner, how intermediate, how advanced the questions are. We're here to learn, okay? Every single experience is going to be another opportunity to gain more conviction in this business. So bring the questions, bring the information, and let's go over it. This is how we gain more experience. It doesn't matter what type of question it is. We're all here to learn. Do you prefer white or dark charts? For me, white is very crisp and clear. Oh, you see my preference right here. It's right on the screen. I haven't changed this in a long time. I've gone gray and black with the white background. It's been this way for quite a long time for me. Personally, the red and green actually induces some kind of emotion, right? When you think about a losing trade, when it shows the P&L, it's red. So when the candlesticks are red, that's a mental thing where it's like, ooh, is that bad? Right? So I completely got rid of the red and green for a reason, and I haven't gone back ever since. Did you take anything today? Yeah, I had a long on ES at New York Open. We did the top-down analysis for that trade in the beginning of the stream, and then you can also see the executions there on my Twitter. Yeah, analysis paralysis. I'm telling you, information overload can be a very detrimental thing to your business. If you don't know how to move forward because you have too much information, then you're already saying you're not focusing on risk management, which should be your number one priority. What else you got for me, chat? I got about another 19 minutes here before the next hosts show up. As of right now, it is just a time to be patient. Trend is our friend until the end of the trend. Right now, the trend is higher. That's why you see the arrows pointing in the direction that they are. We're looking for NQ to go to the daily target up here. So, patience, 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 patience. Just let price do what it wants to do. Very clear trend here. Let's see if it could reach the target. Didn't take anything today, nothing for my taste. Completely okay. You do not need to trade every single day. Trade when you're capable of understanding the information, being in control of your mental and emotional intelligence, and have defined your risk management. That would be the time to take a trade. All other times, be willing to wait. What made you take 1.8 instead of 2? This was 2. So take a look at this. Take a look. This is when the entry function was confirmed. So I took the very first entry, which occurred here, not at the beginning of the breaker block, right? We are already inside of the breaker. This is the breaker here. See the difference? Instead of entering here versus entering here. Entry +2. So it was 2. Ash, how do you properly trail when in profit? Do you only set TP and stop loss? I only set TP and stop loss. Okay, I'm not the individual that trails. I'd rather accept the risk before the risk is taken, then allow the probabilities to play out. Do you change the risk of the trade based on your confidence? Yes, you can definitely change your position sizing if you have less conviction. Yes, that makes sense. Thanks. And Ash, one more. Say price just took out buy-side liquidity, but I remain bullish. But I now have fear of not taking any more longs. I fear a trend might change after liquidity grab. I always get confused. This is not, we're not here to suggest things. We're here to objectively analyze information, right? You're saying, but I remain bullish, but I now have a fear of not taking any more longs. I fear trend might have changed. The information will say the trend has changed or not, right? We're not guessing if the trend changed. We're reading the price action. The price action will say the trend changed, right? So it's not a thought. It's you read the information objectively. If the trend has not changed, then we can remain bullish, right? So for example, let's just do this real quick. Ready? Here's the equal highs that we want to be aiming at. We move lower. At New York Open, we move into a higher time frame point of interest. We tap into it with SMT and get a change in the state of delivery. After getting the change in the state of delivery, we get an entry on the retest of the breaker, and it moves nicely higher. It consolidates a little bit. It consolidates a little bit. It sweeps the lows, gets bought up again. Now it looks like a continuation breaker, so we can suggest that we're still moving towards the target. The continuation breaker gets an entry, and then we reach the target. Okay? Now that we're at the target, right? What happens here? Here's the difference. This is what I'm saying. Read the information objectively. If this happens here, this would be a change in trend, right? Then I would be really scared of taking any longs. And now it's not a thought. It is confirmed information, right? Compare this to this. Okay, we reach the target and we keep trending higher because we keep making higher highs and higher lows. There's no trend change here, so you can consider that we're still reaching higher. So that would be the difference, is objectively analyzing the information, not making suggestions. Where did price action go? I lost it. All right, here we go. And that's exactly what's going on right now, right? So you're talking about buy side, right? So here's buy side, and we got above buy side, and we have not changed the trend yet. We're making higher highs and higher lows. High, higher low. Higher high, higher low. Higher high, right? So the trend has not changed yet. Until it does, we're just reading the information. Very good question. Guys, anyone trade via TradingView using SPY or QQQ levels, like actually placing orders on SPY or QQQ chart and having it to execute on NQ or ES? Well, first of all, if you're executing on SPY, the trade is taken on SPY. You can't execute on one asset and then have the executions occur on a different asset. Right? If you place an order to buy SPY, you're buying SPY. The orders can't be rerouted to ES or NQ. So stay on trend until it fades. Yeah, the trend is your friend until the end of the trend. I would wait for confirmation, right? Some price specifically stating we have changed trend. And when it changes trend, I would like to see it done with displacement, right? An FVG. So yes, trend is your friend until the end of the trend. One more about market structure shifts. So I do also want to bring up here is if it's causing this much confusion, why are we using it? Or is this just a learning opportunity, right? Like it shouldn't be something that is so confusing that it holds you back from taking trades, right? If that's the case, then I would say you got to use something easier to understand, identify, and execute. Thank you for your great effort. Thank you as well. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate all of the questions, all the comments. I highly enjoy going over this information. This is quite literally how we're going to get better. Repetition, repetition, repetition. The more times we do something, the more conviction we're going to have in it. So we just got to keep showing up, keep working and learning every single chance we can get. So thank you as well for being here, and thanks for asking questions and going over information. That's what's causing the experience. Valid point. Yeah, so here, let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say about simplicity, right? For example, here's some simplicity. There are people that use the opening range breakout as a trading strategy. So it is as simple as this. That you don't need to even read price action. Ready? Let's go to the first 15 minutes. Let's do the 15-minute orb. Right, so the people do this, and this is a good trading strategy. 15-minute orb, they just show up to the market every single day. They outline the high and the low of the first 15 minutes of the market open. Whichever side the market breaks to is the type of position they take, right? So they're looking at a long here. And the long eventually goes higher, right? I'm saying it this way for a reason, right? I didn't mention anything else. The simplicity was behind that comment, right? You don't need to talk about fair value gaps, liquidity, market structure change, FVGs. It could be as simple as just drawing 2 lines and entering an order. It doesn't have to be this like huge science equation where you got to figure out the perfect recipe. Like, no, you can make it simple if you want to make it simple. And that's where you need to decide for yourself what works best for yourself. Simplicity. Is that what you need? Could be. Simplicity does bring clarity. I do have to say that. All right, chat. Last couple minutes with you all. $15-minute orb is very simple and very profitable over time. The thing that makes profitability is risk management. It's not the strategy. It is the individual's capability of executing strict risk management. Any strategy can work. Right? You can have a 50% win rate across any strategy. As long as you're implementing 1 to 2 risk to reward, you're going to be profitable. Right? So the focus needs to be on risk management is all I'm really going at with that. Is if you understand that doing 1 contract of NQ for 25 points of risk for, let's make it even easier task. 1 contract of NQ, 10 points of risk, aiming for 20 points. That is your 1 to 2 risk reward bracket every single day. If you have a 50% win rate on that, you're going to be profitable. It doesn't matter if you're capturing 10 points by looking at bounces off of an EMA or bounces off of a VWAP, right? That could be a strategy. Or it could be trying to grab 20 points on the opening range breakout. And every time the opening range breaks, you're only risking 10 points, right? 10 for 20. The thing that matters is the risk management, not the strategy. Very, very good question, though. So, last couple of minutes here with you all. Hope everybody's week is starting off well. How did I not bring this up as well? What did you all think about Leo? Leo did a phenomenal job yesterday. I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely loved it. His information was pure gold. I mean, the clarity and how concise his explanations were about his trade just clearly showed that he understands how he executes his model, which that was amazing to hear. Getting the chance to be the spectator instead of the streamer for once, that was phenomenal. That was really, really good information. And I'm really thankful that he was willing to join us and share information with us. So let's definitely give him some support the next time he shows up on live stream, because that was some great information, and I would love to continue to keep seeing that. And somebody said it yesterday in chat too. Like-minded professionals. You can see it. You can see when there are other like-minded professionals who are clearly working on their business. He was great. Really liked him. Leo the Truth, amazing, goated. Yeah, that was an amazing session, and I'm really looking forward to seeing any additional sessions. Very informative. I was glued to the screen. I agree. That was a really, really good session. So I'm excited to see him again. He will be back on Tuesday again. So looking to also get some more people to be special guests. So definitely stay tuned. We are working on some things. So look out for any announcements. All right, so looks like NQ came quite close to the target. Starting to sell off now, so we'll see what the rest of the session has for us. We'll see if NQ wants to finish off the target or not. Look like the bulls are taking a breather, so any of the ones that wrote 1 in chat for the predictions, maybe it's still alive, but for now, the bulls are taking a breather. Looks like maybe the people that wrote 2 in the chat might have gotten the prediction correct. But that is the end of my segment. I'll be back tomorrow as well at the same time. We'll look to see what price has for us throughout the rest of the day, and I will be updating via social medias. Other than that, let's go ahead and throw a bunch of W's in chat for our next hosts. I'm going to go ahead and hand the mic over to them. I hope everybody has a great day. I will see you on the next live stream.
Shiver and the charts go insane. You know, legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good. Slow day this morning for me, though. I don't know. I had a hard time reading the open. How'd you do?
We're green today. We did good. We just kind of did a one and done on the fundeds and put them away.
Yeah.
So, one and done.
I got 1 successful trade and I think 2 break evens, and that may be the day. We'll see. I hope I get something good setting up here. Let's go. Let's find something.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I just entered
It's
long.
been very slow.
This is kind of like an aggressive long, so we'll see what happens.
Ooh. You got NASDAQ, huh?
Yeah. Yes, kind of
Don't sound
tested
so
the
excited
VWAP
about
out.
it.
Oh, yeah. It's just one of those mornings. It's been so slow. You know,
It has been.
did the short work out last night? Internet Explorer, it did. It banged. So
Hit banged.
it banged. It did.
She banged.
We took a 27-point short last night. We were looking for 30 points, but it bounced. I just took my 27, It took an hour to give 3 more points. I mean, it's so dreadfully slow. So
Well, at least chat has noticed that you are looking beautiful this morning.
let's go. Yes, that's what I was going for. No, I'm just kidding. How'd your morning go though? Did you get any green or?
Yeah, just one though. So it was 1 green and 2 break evens. I mean, I'll take it. But I think the market owes me a big day coming up here soon.
Yeah, well, you got green. Green is green. Can't complain, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like I don't want to complain. It's just I want more.
I'm long. Trend is your friend. We're long. Probably could have got long off that initial balance test down there at the 70, 80, but yeah, that's all right. This is a lower probability setup. I'm going to be honest about it. Is based on the 5-minute chart, and these setups they're usually like 55, 60% off the 5-minute. They're not super high probability, so maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
You are in the right trend.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. We're
I mean,
kind
you
of
hit the bottom of that trend. I like to see that.
yeah, we're kind of got that channel going up. I don't know what that
Yeah.
wick down was. You have any idea what that was? I didn't even look to see. We just had
No.
just 100-point or 90-point candle straight down.
I think that was at 40.
1038.
Oh, that was the Nvidia candle, I think. So China told tech companies to stop buying Nvidia chips. So China, basically.
Yeah, I had no clue what that was. I was just like, all right, I'm out, I'm staying out of it until we, calm down a little
My
bit.
news feeder didn't get it right away. It was a couple minutes late, but I think that was it.
Yeah, I didn't even look to see. I was just like, all right, that had to be some sort of news. Now, that being said, that could be a good draw, right? That wick down there. That could be a good draw after we sweep that 935. If we get some sort of inversion or something back in this direction, we might take it.
What's annoying? I'm going to tell you the annoying thing about that drop on ES though. I had an order at 69.75 and it went down to 69.75 and a quarter.
Oh, nice.
So that would have been a really nice bounce.
Left you there, huh? It left without you.
So rude.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Sounds like something I may
The
have
mics are here. Good morning, mics.
Mike?
Mic check. Mics are here.
What up, Deba Deep? Barbie's Bulls still sleeping? I don't think so. They look like they want to go. I mean, the Bulls have been on parade today. I don't know what you're talking about. It just went straight up.
Well, NASDAQ, that's actually because I was focusing on ES. It made it harder to trade ES with NASDAQ just shooting straight up like that.
Yeah, they were out of whack all morning. So
threw me off.
They still are out of whack right now. ES is still in
They
S&P at the highs. ES has got to break those highs in order for us to go. I think that go ahead.
Russell and Dow are doing the same thing. They're chilling together, and then these guys are just doing whatever.
Yeah. I think that if we sweep that 935, which is kind of like the final target to the upside there on NASDAQ, I think that we can have a little bit of a relief, little pullback at that point, and maybe come back and clear out some of these lower levels. Assuming ES kind of stays below the high. I don't know if it will. We'll see.
I think the ES wants 7,000. I've been saying this all morning. It's just really struggling to get up there. If it had that NASDAQ energy, it would have gotten up there. Yeah, switch over here. You can see what a mess ES has been relative to NASDAQ. And then you got YM and Russell doing the other opposite game over here.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of resistance up here in the ES. This is
the
exact same area that we were at yesterday, then 69.90.
Yep.
We have kind of built a little structure above it, but
I had this marked out as a zone down to the 91 level on ES. And so I think I'd marked this out because there was just a lot of little congestion-y levels in here.
Yeah.
That's what we're running into, congestion, trying to get up to 7,000. And NASDAQ's like, hold my beer.
Hold the beer. Let's go.
But the other thing that I want to point out is, so we're looking just at the futures, and we get so kind of, I think we can zoom in too close on the futures sometimes. The underlying ETF for the S&P 500, the spiders, made an all-time high.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is interesting.
So it's probably reacting to that a little bit.
Where is ES's all-time high? We're very close to it, right?
We are pretty close. It is at 7,011. Why did I think it was 14 the other day? Maybe Nasdaq's got a.
No, I had 14 marked out
Oh.
too.
Wait, am I on the wrong thing?
Let me make sure. Do I have 14 marked? Yeah, I have 14 marked out too.
I think I'm on an old chart over here. Because I was like, no, it's 14. I remember that.
Yeah, so we're what, 25 points off the all-time highs there? Let's go.
The continuous is showing 1175 on TradingView.
Yeah. Well, either way, up there somewhere, right? Somewhere up there.
I don't know how they calculated those differently.
I have no idea either. All right, guys, let's hit that like button. Let's clean up the likes and the subscribes while we can. First thing, let's just go ahead and hit the like button and get it out of the way. That way we don't have to ask more than once. Appreciate you. So, yeah, this it does feel like Nasdaq's kind of like taking a break here, taking a breather. The bulls are a little lackadaisical, but I do think that 35 level could be a decent soup area. You could just maybe short that area for some free cookies, as someone in my chat likes to say every day, free cookies. So, oh goodness.
What are the thoughts on the gap on gold being filled? You sure wanted your question answered. Let's look at it.
Gold gap. I was looking at gold earlier. It was kind of had the metals were kind of dumping. Now they kind of, wow,
Yeah,
gold ripped.
they were.
Gold just, I mean, it did that double bottom. It broke that 5-minute trend line. It's just squeezing.
It had a little wick that looks like it tried to fill it.
Yeah, I outlined a long on gold down at, where was it at? 4456.7 would have been the entry. And it's already at target 3. Target 4 is 4484.9. I mean, if the price action is, if it's good price action, there's no reason we shouldn't run the 4484.9 at a minimum, in my opinion. So
I'm looking at the GLD, so it's a little bit different, but I see this consolidation on the 5-minute, and that's where we are right now. So if we can break out of this consolidation to the upside, it's looking pretty good, which is a little over that 410 level on the ETF.
yeah, I tend to agree there. 4476 on the futures that I'm looking
You
at.
should be able to find that on the futures contract as well, that same little area.
Yeah, look at the squeeze here. The
Are we
bulls
squeezing?
are back. The bulls are back in town.
I brought the bulls. What do you mean?
ES pushing up there, 93. Lots of influx of volume here. Nice little squeeze. Little squeeze. All right, who was that winner? I missed it.
Oh, I tried to spell his name and it autocorrected.
Alex in Durham. Alexin. All right, we're just going to call you Alex.
Yeah, let's do that.
Alex is here. Let's go.
It, and the autocorrect was all, so yours is better.
Yeah. Nice little squeeze here. See if we can make a new high. ES, where's the high at this morning? Up there at 98.25. So let's see if we can squeeze through there. I think if we get above 94 here with some energy.
It wants 7,000. I'm gonna be annoyed when it gets there without me. Am I gonna need to put something on here?
Yeah, that pullback there into the VWAP was nice at 87.
Yeah, I probably should have done that. I was just annoyed with the market at that point a little bit, to be honest.
There it goes, pushing the 94s. Let's see if we can hit our first target up here at the 30. Normally, I would target a little higher. Normally, I would target a little higher here, but the high and the 35 are right there next to each other. So that's just going to be my exit. Still going to be 30 points, 30 to 35 points. So can't complain.
Yeah, it's still got some room on it there.
In fact, what I might do here, you know what? We're scalpers. Let's just take one. Let's take one off there. we're a scalper at the end of the day. What are we doing? We got 15 points. Let's take it. So, and I'll go stop to break even at the high here. So if we can breach the high, we'll go stop to break even. Pivot point up there at the 31s as well.
Yeah, I really like that we held kind of that 91 area. I really like that we're looking to hold the 95 area. This is looking good to finally get the 7,000. I'm going to have to try a little piece of it.
Check crude. Crude kind of broke out of that. It kind of like broke that 5-minute trend line as well to the downside and has held it kind of nicely. So it's at an area where it could maybe bounce, triple bottom possible, but I don't know if it breaks through these lows. I expect it to just continue.
It does have some room lower.
Yep. So
they could definitely look for some liquidity down here after this big dramatic drop. That's juicy liquidity down there. And look at this. When we made this move down, that was on high volume. There's been a lot of craziness with oil, so take some balls straight. Okay, I'm gonna trail this to break even.
Me as well.
90.
Break even here.
If this is my third break even today, though, I'm gonna be like.
And let's go. Come on, get it. We're a couple of points away here from hitting the ding, 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 ding. Let's go. I'm actually going to lock some in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to trail because my ding, ding, ding is 7,000. I'm going to try it for 99.75.
Yeah,
go.
7,000's on deck here. It's definitely on deck.
I'm trailing kind of close though, because it's been a little funny when it gets up here. One of these days they're going to get it.
Well, it just swept the high.
Yeah.
So
I'm trailing tight here.
I don't really have a huge level, any other levels of interest to the upside on NQ 963, maybe. And then kind of
ES, we're going to run out here too. So I would still watch that 11 level in case that's how some other people are calculating it. But the 7,014 level, 7,000 on the ES. Oh my gosh.
How many? I'll take that. Just almost got you 2 ticks away from 7K. We are ripping for sure.
I'm going to explain my trade logic. It looks bullish.
Yeah, it looks like it's going up. So I think I'll long.
That was kind of it. I've had kind of a bullish lean all day. I think that, I mean, since before open, I've been thinking that it looked like they're going to try to take 7,000. So, in that case, when the market's looking bullish, you're either looking for breaking some key levels or buying some dips, which I've done both of today. But yeah, here I was looking for an order flow level to be broken at 91. Got it at 91 and then at 95.
YM is still lagging way behind here. And then, I mean, it's trying to push a little, but.
Woohoo, got it.
Look at gold go to.
All right. How much higher are we going now? Now we're going to go all the way to that 17?
I'm going to be honest. Like, I have no idea from here. I would expect a bit of a pullback from here, but man.
You should at least get a couple points rejection out of here.
Yeah, it's so difficult to want to short this. Who wants to step
I don't want to.
This bull train. Deba, what are you talking about?
I wanted that 7,000 so bad. I'm glad I got in to get it. Like when you've been watching a level all day and then the market goes there without you, it's the worst.
Yeah, I've had that happen a lot. It happens all the time. Although I do just what you did. I'll jump right back in.
I got a target filled. Yeah, that was for the NASDAQ orb. Oh my gosh, you guys. This entered in the first 20 minutes of open. It just took profit.
963.75 tag there. Man. So that was my next level up. 63. So I don't even have it on this chart.
I told the orb traders they were going to be annoyed with me this morning, and it was very annoying. But there we go. NASDAQ finally made it without stopping out.
26,032, my next level up. I mean, goodness. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, the Delta's strong on ES right now. They came buying.
I was thinking that we get a pullback at that 935 level, but it just said no thanks. It just wanted to go.
Especially since that was the 7,000 level. I mean, it's at least slowed down. We got a speed bump here. But if they hold 7,000, we're going for all-time highs.
Yeah, there comes the pullback. There we go. So the touch of the 63 there. Let's see if it loses the 7,000. Maybe one more retest of 94 might make sense, and then continue higher. Maybe that might put NASDAQ back down to the 925, 930 level. So I'm not going to guess, though. At this point, you just wait and react. I don't want to just put on a short here just to try it, you know. You could.
I don't short any highs like that just to short them when we're having a bull trend day. Bulls are strong.
For sure. They're strong. I mean, ES finally called up. So
finally.
Definitely
That's what I was looking at. I was looking at NASDAQ's got room to move up and it wants to, and ES has a lot of room to go.
What are we eating over there?
Nuts.
Oh. On the nuts. SPX still has like 40 points to go until 7K. Yeah, that could be a sign. I don't know, though. I think it probably gets up there.
I was going for future 7,000. So,
are they salty, La Juice? Well, is there any other kind? If you're eating nuts that aren't salty
nuts.
I mean, what are you doing with your life?
These ones are the honey roasted, so they're dark and sweet and salty.
Got to have a little salt, a little flavor on there. So let's
gotta make it to lunch.
Yeah, I'm through the hunger for the morning time now. For the most part, we not really having that hunger anymore. The crazy hungerness, anyway. Like, you know, after you don't eat breakfast for the first 4 or 5 days after that, then you start, you know, you don't feel the hunger anymore. So
I didn't get lunch at all yesterday. I was too busy.
We got lunch. We ate. I don't remember
Today
what we ate. Well, we ate something. We had something. So you could have just shorted there.
I ended up eating graham crackers in a stinky bar and a snack because that's how my day was yesterday.
You had 6 or 7 chicken minis for breakfast this morning. Let's go. That's the way to do it.
6, 7.
Little few chicken minis. Can't beat a chicken mini. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like now that those targets have kind of been hit, I don't know if there's much more to do.
Yeah. There's some people trying to push it on, but we're starting to get a little bit of some signals that it should be able to pull back and maybe even stay in that channel that we were talking about. I mean, you've got it up on yours on NASDAQ, that bullish channel toward the top of it. If it comes back lower, maybe we do it again.
All right, I gotta read this comment. Omnitrayursar71 says, I'm already at $4,300. Where are you? Show me my trade now. No, show you my trade now. Yes, show us your trade. We want to see it. Where did you get
some confetti? Maybe if my camera's going.
Where'd you get the 4,300 from? We want to see it.
It's balloons today. Take it.
Congrats.
Yeah, what were you trading? Were you on indexes or metals? What were you up to?
Oh, goodness. Nice little pullback there. 98s. Again, I think ES may want to retest 94. It could bounce here. But I think 94 would be a better little area there.
Yeah.
That's kind of that resistance area from earlier. You actually do
that's
have
what we blasted through. That's what got me excited. Well, it was a 91 too, but that's what got me trailing. Was getting through that 94, 95.
If we inverse the 5 minutes to the downside, I'll participate short. But if not, it has to be kind of a death candle. It needs to be a big candle lower. Otherwise, I'll sit on my hands and just wait for a possible long entry. What are we eating today? I don't know. I'm not sure yet. Not sure yet. Something low in calories, something like that.
I'm still missing my local barbecue joint that closed so that the pit master could go be a rodeo dad.
I was going to say, I thought you were going to say they closed for because they didn't have enough business. Like, you should have went there more.
No, I went there all the time, but Chad, my barbecue master, wants to support his daughter in the junior rodeo. So he's pro rodeo dad now.
They'll be back.
His family is still in the barbecue business, but not around here. So I have to drive to get it.
You could always use DoorDash.
Nah.
Oh, Max is being quiet today. I mean, I'm telling you, they're paving the road out front. So I'm kind of surprised he's not been a little more, active today, but he hasn't been.
Market's been putting him to sleep. We've gotten a couple little spots and then it just stalls.
He's like, there's nothing to call out here. So getting a little bit of a bounce in oil here. Is it going to hold that kind of 56.15 area? Possibly.
I've not traded crude in months.
Yeah, it looks weak today, but I mean, it is in kind of in a bounce area here. Might get a little push.
Maybe I could come back in and retest some of that consolidation a little bit and then drop lower some more, but I don't know about a full. It's not looking like it wants to make some big crazy reversal today.
No, I was just like looking at like the 56.40s.
Yeah.
Just a little push right back up. But gold is pulling back a little bit now. Didn't quite get through that consolidation zone that you were talking about a minute ago. Might need a little more energy to get through there.
Metals gave a lot of opportunities this morning, so they might need to take a little bit of a breather for a little bit too.
Yeah, and last night too. I actually shorted silver. I joined the degeneracy on silver.
You have to. You're in the club now. You've been initiated.
Once it kind of broke structure on the 5-minute, I was like, this thing is sweeping all the way back to the 79.860. And I kind of chased it a little bit with a tight stop. So we caught a little bit in it, not a ton.
We're all being influenced by SK trading the evenings. I mean, he got me trading gold too. So
Max, you got to bark twice for long, says Lunar. That's the signal. One bark for short. Oh, if you want to send a screenshot of the last transaction, here's Barbie's cell phone number. I'm going to type it in chat. Wait for it.
Yeah, y'all are absolutely welcome to share your trade ideas in chat too.
Yeah, you can put it in the but no, seriously, you can post it in Discord. Either one. Discord's fine. Any of the Discords, just post it. And we'll see it there. No big deal. All right, you kind of held that area there. I thought it might get a little more of a dip, but just didn't get it. Didn't get it. Did not get it.
It's looking like it's going to squeeze.
I think so. This next run up higher here. I mean, I'm a little bit tempted to jump in, but who wants to buy the highs? No, thank you. 7,005 maybe on deck. 7,000.
Be really careful buying here, but it's looking like it's trying to go. Sometimes you can just look for sport. Sometimes we love trading. We love charts. You can just watch the chart run sometimes. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just watch it go without us. Just cry in the corner.
I wanted 7,000. I got my 7,000. So that was kind of a battle.
Sometimes I get pinched for like not leaving a runner on beyond where I think it's going to go. Like I just took it off at 35 and I'm like, I don't really know if it's going to go higher. And then it just goes. But, that's why they call it a runner. I guess you're not supposed to really take it off. You just trail.
Yeah.
But
I have an entry bracket that I usually like to use that has really good money management, but it's when I'm confident that we're going to get a nice big run. And that wasn't really the opportunities that I was seeing today. I don't know.
How do you decide? Because I noticed that some days you turn the orb bot off, some days you turn it on. How do you kind of decide which days you might turn it off or turn it on?
Well, I also pull it from my live accounts sometimes, but I'll still run it. But what I'm looking for is this mess we had this morning. So NASDAQ went up and was really pushing the high. I did enter up here too. And sometimes I'll enter or exit them early also. NASDAQ staying around the top half of the orb here, but ES nailed the top and then immediately failed back lower. And this is just a sign that it's not going to be great. But I try not to, unless I have a really good feeling about pulling it. I try not to, because bots and mechanical trades like that will have losing streaks. But sometimes it's just like, I just don't even want to deal with it today. So it's kind of a personal problem. So every once in a while I'll do it like that. But sometimes it'll just have a vibe, like it's just wanting to chew around the orb sometimes. And I think some of that's just experience. Like if we've had a lot of good trend days and then we have no data and like no reason to move and the volume's low, it just doesn't have any reason to go. That's another thing too. So when I wasn't running it over Christmas break and things, that's because the volume, there's not enough volume to really push to those breakout levels a lot. So I find it's not worth it.
Right. Prosperous wants to know what's a good trailing distance in ticks or points. You can do that. That's really kind of a personal preference type thing. You can either trail swings, right? So like you can just trail each swing up, or maybe behind the most previous 5-minute candle sometimes. I mean, like right now on this push up, you can see that each 5-minute candle never touched the low of the previous 5-minute candle. So that'd be a really good kind of trailing spot on this push up on the NASDAQ. So it really is, it's kind of a personal preference thing. I'm not great at it because I want to just lock in the profits. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just want to lock in the profits.
I always want it to be based on the chart. So that's the one thing I see a lot of people trading is like, well, I always take 5 points or I always take 20 points. Like it's always that many points or ticks or whatever. And I don't do it that way. But, you know, I've been through a lot of, just from experience, I've been through a lot of days where the ES moves 15 or 20 points. And I've been through days where the ES moves 600 points. And you can't put the same rules like that on every single day. The volatility matters. So I try to always get that sort of context going and then look at the actual swing lows and highs that we're having to see, you know, overnight, sometimes I'll see like, oh, that looks really nice. But then I'll realize, oh, that would be going for 5 points. And I don't really want to deal with the market for 5 points and something like that. You got to kind of pay attention to what the market could potentially be offering based on the current volatility.
Yeah. Top of the hour here. Let's see what happens. Officially in the lunch hour.
We dealt with that a lot during the tariff news stuff because we were used to using these brackets that had worked for months. And then all of a sudden those brackets would stop out instantly.
Listen, that I'm telling you, that is what made me move to micros, because I was so comfortable going one mini for 10 points with a 10-point stop. And that just did not exist for a 2 or 3 month period. It just was not possible. So we're kind of back to a level now of ATR where I think a 10 for 10 is possible on NASDAQ, but man, during that time that you're talking about
really
there,
hard.
yeah, it wasn't happening. So
I've been starting to trade more minis too, but because I was doing the same. That was my gut reaction when all that was happening is like, if I place a trade, it's going to be in micros. But I started the accounts that have buffers, I'll put minis in those a lot more than I was. I mean, I've gotten more comfortable with going back to the minis. The new accounts that don't have a buffer, I'm a lot more careful with. New accounts are kind of boring like that, but you gotta take care of them.
I will say it was nice. Like if you were one of those people, I know a few, not going to say their names, who are like, I think I'll just go 5 minis and I can hit $5,000 in 20 seconds. But you could also lose $5,000 in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't
you
do
could definitely
that.
tell who was trading live money versus only props in those days. A lot of live money traders were just like, nope, not doing it, not touching it.
It looks like 26,000 might be on deck here. I don't know. Do we get there? What do you guys think, chat? Do we get to 26,000 today? We're only 40 points away, 30 points actually. Seems like we might.
A pullback would help that.
Question here. Anybody thinking of shorting the 26,000? Because like that's one of those levels, like that whole number level, the whole 1,000 level where you would expect maybe, a 15, 20 point pullback. I don't know. Do we try it? I don't know. I do think it gets there.
I think if ES gets through 704.05, there's probably a 5-point little squeeze it'll take up there to 7,010. I don't know how to say 70 yet. This is 7010.
70. There we go. That's easier.
We haven't been using that one. I mean, I go back and look at some of these old videos and these old presentations that I was doing, and it's like 3,000 for ES. What?
Man, the NASDAQ's just been kind of riding that 5-minute 21 EMA all day. Look at that. The red line is the 21 EMA.
You know, if I traded NASDAQ, I think it would have been a little bit smoother this morning.
Yeah, probably so. But you don't really know that going in.
You don't.
So.
But that's what made it hard, was seeing the difference between the two.
The orb this morning, the orb play I got stopped out on, it pushed up out of this here. It did give you 1R. Yeah, the pre-market. So I got stopped out on it because my stop is at half gap. And you can see, I mean, just wicked back below half gap right there, and then just went without me. Rude.
I was actually complaining about how NASDAQ does that on the 15-minute too, because I used to try putting my stop loss at half of the opening range instead of the full opening range, but it got stopped out so much.
Maybe that's something I need to change on that. Maybe we go back to maybe we go to a bigger R. I don't know. Go to just a 1-to-1, and then
ES doesn't do it as much, but yeah, I mean, the market does like to play around in those open ranges a bit. They're still working on getting through the 04, 05s, but there's still a little air gap up to the 70-10. They get through those orders.
Yeah, I think if we can squeeze through that, if we squeeze through that 05 level, it might be off to the races to the all-time high there. We'll see.
I think there's going to be some profit taking on the way from the 10s up to the 14.
I might try a scalp short up there at the 26K if we get there. I might try something, a little scalp short. Maybe. We'll step in front of the freight train. Why not?
This is very strong.
So, 150K pro count winner, son of Wall Street. Mick, congratulations, Mick son. Congratulations.
There it is. We got confetti. It's been giving me balloons instead.
There's confetti, yeah. You thought you were shooting birds. That's what it was. That's what it thought it was. I don't know what to tell you. But congratulations, son of Wall Street. Make it count. Make it count. Don't go crazy.
Don't blow it all in one place. He's won an account before. Hopefully you still have that one going. Hopefully you're adding to that.
He's won a couple from me too in my stream.
Nice.
Yep. Not as many as Bear. Somebody named
I have
Bear.
not won an account on your stream. I need to go do that.
I mean, you got to enter to win. You got to be in it to win it.
I know.
You got to be in it to win it over here. So, yeah, I had some craziness going on. People were like, somebody was botting my stream last night. They botted like 50 subscribers or something. I hate it when people do that. So, no fun. What up, Trev?
That's why I only do surprise giveaways.
Well,
I try to trick them.
I didn't have it like in the title or anything. I was doing a giveaway if we hit 84. We hit 8,400 subs last night. So, we needed like 5 more or something like that. And then all of a sudden it just, went
But you get the cool bots. I get the bots that send 200 messages that tell me to get back in the kitchen.
Get back in the kitchen? Yeah, that's all right. I don't mind it. I'll take those bots too. All bots matter, We treat all bots equally.
I don't.
You block them all equally.
I block everybody equally. No.
I don't block anybody on my channel. I don't know. I'm weird about it. I mean, like, unless a mod does it, I don't do it. I don't usually do it. unless they're talking, just crazy. All right, there's the 7,005. Getting a little, I'm tempted to actually try a short here, to be honest, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the 26K.
We are so close. That 26,000 is going to be real close to the 70-10 level too.
Yeah, it might just get wrecked. It might. So
70-10, I'm expecting some reaction off of it. It's not massive. I just see some orders up there that is significant. I see something that looks like profit taking going on up there. I see your plan, dudes.
Maybe people are trying to pile in shorts up here too and just going to get wrecked, just going to get squeezed. Like Methodical. Maybe he's going to get squeezed.
I always tell everyone, don't just short the all-time high because you want to short the all-time high.
So, I don't even block you, Treff. Should I? Treff, I dug up an old message that Treff sent last night. It was funny. I came across an old message. Oh, should I show it? I'm going to show it on the stream here. Hold on. Let me find it.
You at least have to let us know what's going on with that intro.
I'm going to show the message. Hold on. I got to find it, though. Anybody know where screenshots go when you take a screenshot? I have no idea.
Desktop? I don't know.
I don't know where the screenshots go. I take a screenshot, and then I guess if I don't save them, it doesn't save. I may not be able to show you because I may have to go back and find it, and I don't really feel like doing that. Anyways, the message from Treff, I'll just tell you what it was. It said, Tom Sabo shows me his VWAP. He's a perv.
That's a good one. You need that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, that's what he showed.
Tom Sabo showed me his VWAP.
Yeah. He's a perv.
I might have to make that, actually.
I don't know if Treff was there last night to see me show that message, but I did not save it, so didn't save it. I did not do it. All right, here comes a little pullback.
Oh, that's what we needed. But I mean, that's the kind of thing you're gonna get for a pullback at all-time highs. Like, it's until it finally gets some sell action. It's just like these little baby moves. Babies.
That's all we need. It's just a little baby 10 or 15 point pullback. That's it. I am kind of tempted to. Well, did we hit 90? Oh, we actually did. Almost 88.75.
What are you plotting? You trying to short it?
Well, a little 90 drama there, like it sometimes happens. It would not have given 10 points though. I don't know. I'm considering the 26,000 short, but I'm not quite sure on it. It's just kind of a psych level. It's not really like a level that there's not really a reason other than it being a psych level to short it, right?
But NASDAQ does like to play with those, so.
Yeah. MyFundedFutures needs a merch store that has that shirt. All right, maybe we can get it arranged. Maybe. We can get the merch store arranged. Maybe. I don't know. Barbie, are you willing to do the fulfillment on that?
I can throw stuff up on my merch store. That's easy. I have powers there.
Barbie has a merch store. Didn't even know.
Yeah, bullbarbie.com has merch because we wanted things. So we put them up for sale so other people can get them too.
Let's go. What up, Chris? How you doing today?
Yeah, we got this. Somebody asked me where to get this earlier, and it's on there. If you need something really ridiculous to wear. My favorite's the goat hoodie, though.
I'm not creative enough to do merch, so I'm not creative. Just not creative. Well, that 90 short would have worked, but, no way of knowing that. A Borat banana hammock with MyFundedFutures stamped on it would be clutch. We could have Tom Sabo in the Borat banana hammock. That'd be better.
I already have that picture.
So I don't believe you. Post it. Let me see it. Come on. Show me.
I do have a Tom Sabo picture somewhere. If I can find it. It's pretty good. I posted it on X a while ago. I don't know how to use X though. Where do I see my stuff?
Can we post pictures on this this chat in the back end? I don't think we can we?
No, you have to send it to me on Discord.
No. I can't show it here, but you know. We'll get in trouble if we show it here. I'm quite certain. Not 100% sure, but I think so. Gonna need a pretty healthy pullback here for me to want a long, I think. But we'll see. It might, I have to be careful here because it might just pop up on the screen here. You know, when you open something, it just pops up wherever you want, where it pops up all over the place. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't click on it. We'll send it to you later.
I'm clicking on things.
Yeah, but the problem with mine, I think it will pop up on my screen. So, and I don't know what it is.
I wish your Discord messages would pop up on screen. Grok made that.
Oh, did he? See, he doesn't have enough hair here. You got to have some hair there.
I posted that on X a while ago, but I don't know how to find it.
Oh. And you know Tom doesn't look like that. Come on. He's got to have a little bit of a beer belly, you know, that kind of stuff.
I'm just sending Myth the Tom Sabo Speedo pics. That's all.
Oh, that's not bad though. It's not bad. It's not bad. Is he in jorts? Okay, no, they're not. I thought he was in some jorts in that pic.
I think that's Elon Speedo.
Okay. Tom in jorts. Now that might make sense. Tom in jorts.
Is he a never nude?
I wonder if his ears ever burn from us talking about him.
He's probably dreaming about us right now.
Oh. His ears are burning. I got to make sure to save my screenshot. So you've heard there's a shortage of men out there. There could be. I don't know. Fun all around. Anybody from Hungary? You guys know?
There's a shortage of manly men. I'm sure about that.
I think in California, there's a shortage of men.
There's definitely a shortage of manly men in California.
So there's a part two to what you said. What'd you say, Claudia? Or Claudio?
I'm trying to distract y'all from trading because this is like not good trading right here. Don't force it. Don't force them.
We haven't done a pin of shame in a while. What's that? Somebody got to fill me in on that. What's the pin of shame? I have no clue.
Here's your little short, though. We're going to get down into that channel a little bit.
Yeah, the problem is I wanted that. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to the 990. Normally we get a little drama at the 90, but I don't know. I was thinking 26,000. Look at the top. Oh, let me see. What's the top? I don't want $0 accounts. Okay, I got you.
Oh, yeah. I saw somebody wanted dollar accounts. That'd be a pretty good deal.
Listen, we can go for the dollar accounts. Free? We like free. Who doesn't like free? All right, I lied. Now the belly is starting to grumble a little bit. We're back to the 9 EMA here.
My stomach growling embarrassed my kid yesterday. It was actually really funny.
Or are you like somewhere where it shouldn't be growling?
I was at the doctor's office. I had to take her to the doctor because, you know, why not? Why not get injured over the break? But she's like, your stomach is too loud. They can hear that.
I need food.
I was like, yeah, well, I could, you know, trade and take you to the doctor, or I could trade and eat lunch. What do you want here?
You could eat lunch. It'd be fine. I don't know why that doesn't. That's weird. Okay. Well, the 9 EMA is holding there. It is bouncing. A little bit of a bull flag. I mean, do we just buy this?
Somebody's buying it. I don't think it's going to be me, though. I mean, they're definitely trying to hold it up here. It's just a little bit too dangerous-y. I've already gotten some hits in, you know.
Maybe the pullback. I'm going to wait for that pullback into the 21 EMA on the 5-minute. That seems to be kind of the.
I like that a lot better because then is that where the channel is too? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is down there at 928, 930. I mean, I don't know that we get that far.
I like sticking to that channel. I don't want to buy the top of the channel at the highs. That's not my style.
You could be aggressive off the 21 EMA on the 2-minute if it pulled back and touched it and kind of closed back above the 9. That isn't another trade that I wouldn't mind doing, but actually the 21 EMA on the 5 is pretty much like the 50 on the 2 here looks like. So
this is tricky up here, y'all. I want to point that out, that the easy trades have happened.
Yeah, for sure.
Now it's in a tricky spot. So that's why I'm saying don't force something. Wait for an actual set. I'm not saying there aren't setups up here. I'm just saying wait for them.
Maybe wait for ES to retest that 7,000 too. I mean, it could kind of be a thing. Maybe, yeah, the 99, 7,000 zone. Don't want to do anything too crazy.
You know what? The same as this is what I'm thinking though. Like ES looked like it was on a mission for 7,000 this morning. It's kind of looking like NASDAQ is still wanting that 26,000 and it has not been fulfilled. It wants completion.
Yeah. Hasn't gotten there. Just not doing it.
Ooh, we got 20% off the Rapid accounts with code YouTube.
Let's hit it. I think that's on all the Rapids too now, right?
Should be.
Somebody was asking earlier about do they have to make 50% each day for the 2-day to pass? If you want to pass in 2 days, yes, but if you don't, no. You can make as little as possible. I mean, it doesn't, you know, it's not, you don't have to get to the 50%.
I've kind of done some pacing. I started this video, but we didn't finish it. I need to finish it. If you want to look at the pacing of kind of the optimal way to get to payouts and start kind of pacing yourself that way to get used to it, it's actually it's a lot closer to $300 a day on the 50K accounts to kind of optimize some of the time to get payouts and reach some milestones. Of course, we have the rapid payouts, so you can start paying yourself out faster than that if you have a big day. But that's part of why I don't push to have like a big day every single day. I know it's okay for the pacing to just get a few $100s on few $100 days and then wait for the big ones.
Yeah. Kind of makes sense. I personally, I'm going to try to get back to that 1 trade per day. That's kind of the way that I'm kind of trending. Just looking for 1 trade per day. If it wins, it wins. If it loses, it loses. Just kind of walk away at that. It does kind of feel though, the only problem that I have with that, and I did it a lot last year and the year before, is like, it's kind of a letdown if you take your trade very early and it loses, right? You're like, well, yeah. we're 6 minutes into the day and I'm done. But if it wins, you're 6 minutes into the day and you're done and you're green, right? So I guess this goes both ways.
That's why if there's a trade at open that I'm going to take either right before or right after the opening bell, it has to be like perfect. And I'm still probably going to take profits a little bit early.
Yeah, for sure. Oh man, we got about 9 minutes here until Rocket Scooter Matt comes on, guys. The market's really just not doing much. I mean, that's the thing during this segment.
I hope you got some good hits in here. I hope Matt got long earlier, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
That's usually his style is to try to buy the lows.
You get a movement usually like 11:30 to 12, and then it's kind of just like sitting here staring, like nothing to do. So nothing to do at that point.
Yep. Sometimes the market lets you know that your job is done for the day. It's nice of it to do that, to be honest.
I mean, today buy the dips kind of was the thing, right? Especially beyond that 10 a.m. news, except for that one.
The market did me dirty on that 75 drop.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That news or whatever it was, that 90-point candle lower. I mean, think about how many people got wrecked when they saw that candle and they were like, "Oh, it's just going to rip lower. It's going to rip to the lows," and they just got short.
They got squeezed. That's why
Yeah.
a lot of those bullish candles, I think, look so much bigger. They got squeezed.
Yeah, that's why I try not to chase on those kind of candles. When they happen, you just go hands off. Hands off. Share the stream, like the stream, subscribe. Appreciate you guys. And if you guys have not yet subscribed to Barbie's channel or my channel, the link is in the description. Get over there and hit the subscribe button. I think Barbie has like 1 million subscribers at this point.
I just like to always try to have twice as many as yours.
Twice as many as me. We can't let that happen, guys. We got to make something. We got to make changes. We got to do something different. So,
but lots more content, more free game on both channels for sure. And you stream a ton, and I post a lot of long form. So
yeah, I'm gonna start doing a little more long form videos. You know,
it's hard to do when you stream all day, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm not great at the editing side either, but you know, hey, we'll do the best we can. All right, guys, I'm probably gonna try the short at 26. I might wait. I may wait and see what happens at 26. Like, do we push into 26.10? Something like that. Because almost always, I don't know if you guys, this used to be like one of the strategies I would trade a lot. I would love the whole number. So like the push up into the 10, the push back down, almost every time you'd get the push back down into 90 and then kind of the push back above. So, you know, I don't really trade that like that anymore, but
I do think we have a short coming.
It's interesting.
It may not be a big one, but I do think we have one coming up here at some point. That's why I'm not wanting to buy the highs. I do think at some point they're going to be able to slam this down. I'm still looking at the ES 7010 and 7011 and 7014. But maybe that'll line up with that 600, well, not 600, 26,000.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you look, every trend line break on the NASDAQ today, especially on the lower time frames, like 2 minutes and lower, have been just fake outs. So, you know, it's really difficult to short when it's this bullish. A lot of times I'll say, like, at all-time highs, I'll just won't even consider a short.
Yeah, that's my rule too. I don't short all-time highs, period, the end.
Yeah.
And I guess it's not on NASDAQ technically, but you are at the mercy of the ES all-time highs too.
You could maybe short here for a little double top action.
Just a little baby one though, like not 6,000 points.
Yeah. Little double top action here. I might.
We get a new base on gold.
No, I'm not going to try it. What's gold doing? Let me look.
It's kind of flagging.
Yeah, pushed right back up. Yeah. Is that the VWAP?
It's got to hold though. The 30 is still bearish. But if it holds and they keep pushing it up, the 30 will go bullish.
Yeah, I think you're at a key level here. I mean, like really 64, 65 needs to hold there. Probably does. That might be a good buy spot too. We'll see. Potentially a good buy spot.
Yes, we're rooting for NASDAQ to 26,000. We're team NASDAQ 26,000 here.
Yeah, ES is holding, like, it's trying to hold that 7,005 here.
That's an important level because that's the one that we had to chew through to get up here. So this is just like level to level trading. If you get through one level and comes back down, they're going to try to hold it. And if they do hold it, then that's the potential for the next stair. I was also trading Meta long this morning, so I am trimming that here if anybody was listening to me earlier. We're at 50%. I gotta trim.
All right, I'm going to go for a little base hit here. I'm going to take the short. I like the fact that the ES rejected here. It's getting below the 04. So I'm just going to go for a little 10-point base hit here. I think that it's reasonable. Also kind of top of the range. There is an SMT at the high, although, you know, I'm not big into that sort of thing, but it is there. So let's just get a little 10-point base hit here and to end the stream. Let's see what we can do.
We should have Rocket Scooter coming up next. I hope to hear about a wonderful long he took. That's what I'm hoping for. This kind of looks like one of his good setups here. So I hope he has some great news to deliver y'all on that one.
I'm watching the ES closely here because, like, if it sweeps that wick down at 02, I'll probably just be out. Or go break even. Got a little bounce there. Looks like it's probably going to get me. Just going 10 for 10 here. 10 for 10. 10-point stop, 10-point take profit.
We got Rocket Scooter fam in the house. Invasion time. Guys, be sure to hit the like on your way in before Mytho has to tell you to do it.
Yeah. Got to have the likes, guys. Got to have the likes. You know what? I think I'm going to move my stop up. Yes, I know. But I'm also going to probably go for a little bit bigger here. But I'm going to, I'll let you guys know how it plays out. Obviously, I'm just in one micro here, so it's not a huge deal. As long as we still get the retracement that we expect, then it'll be fine. It will be fine. If ES breaks the SMT, then I would assume that we're just going to rip up higher. So see if we get a little retracement here. ES is still holding below the 05. So as long as it does that, I feel okay. I feel okay. Bulls taking control of January. Maybe. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us. If you haven't already hit the like button, subscribe, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for joining us, y'all.
I think it would be a good DJ. I had some DJ talent. What's up, guys? Welcome to my Funded TV Lunch Night Flat segment. Appreciate y'all being here. As always, smash that like button over the sub channel if you haven't subbed yet. How is life going, guys? 200K? Oh, yeah, I hit 200K today in the account. After December's horrible month. I'm still technically down. I refunded it, but I've gone on a journey from 95 once I put some money back into it after I took those big hits in December when I was betting really big in the market. The horrible. We always talk about that month being just the weirdest month ever. Refunded the account to 95. And I've grown it since then. So I've made $105,000 in the last 8 trading days. So that's good. This is the real account, the account number on the screen, all that. Balance on the screen. Thank you. 200K celebration. Also, I am very close to 100K subs on my own channel. So this is exciting. I'm throwing a huge party to celebrate 100K, which is going to be something that's going to happen in Houston area. It's going to be really fun. So we're going to have a huge event. 100K celebration. Let's go, Rocket Scooter. That song is so good, right? All right, so today was fantastic. I have had probably some really good luck taking the longs out the door. Second time in a row that I longed out the door right at the open and just rode it up. I did a couple of scalps. I traded from here to here. I traded from here to here, and then to close out. And I didn't make this last leg. I was getting a little sort of hesitant because S&P hit a key 7,000 key level, and now we've broken through it. I don't think we're going to sell off today, but honestly, we just hit that 7,000. I had a 69.99 resistance sitting there, and I was just kind of, at that point, kind of calling it. As you can see, my quote unquote, the firm I was trading with, the world record balance firm. This is this right here. That's these guys. This is about, I don't know what that is. 14,000. The personal account, 14,000 as well. And then this is a new firm I'm trading just because my goal is to go live in every firm just to see if I can get there. And these are evals. So this is eval side. So these aren't even funded yet. And yeah, so it's a pretty good trading day. Everything I did is pretty good. So I didn't have any losers today, which is nice. Get those likes up, baby. Get those likes up. Hit that like button on the stream. All right, put my glasses back on. My glasses are so dirty. I need to give them like a full-on cleaning, like a clean. Last night, I cooked for the first time on my brand new Weber slate griddle. So I got me a griddle for Christmas, my Christmas present to myself. So I made smash burgers last night. Ooh, they were good. That griddle is awesome. So CC Handler, no prop firms can connect to Rocket Scooter, unfortunately. Not yet. We don't have an API to connect to your prop firms. So Rocket Scooter is purely informational. Yep. Hello, dear friend. How are you? Will I be here for the PM session? I will be streaming here on my channel in the afternoon. For PM, you got Steven here in the evenings. Steven here on MyFunded TV. 100K account giveaway to celebrate the 100K subs. 100,000 accounts. Oh my God, I'm going to go broke. What was I going to pull up today? Oh yeah, today was a crazy. Okay, let's talk about some fundamentals. The good stuff, the stuff that puts you to sleep, stuff that just makes you just want to bang your head on the table. Fundamentals, right? Blah. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to make you learn against your will. I don't care. We're going to make learning fun, right? Okay, let's talk about the good stuff. Data. Government shutdown, October, November. We didn't have a lot of data. Now the universe is playing catch up. We're kind of getting everything back in. Data starting to roll through. And now the new year is here. All the fund managers back in their office. They all rode their big gains last year. And they all sold off at the end of the year. They chased the gold rally. We all talked about this yesterday. And now everything's kind of stabilizing and settling out. Now quarter one is back. Now the reality is hit. Okay. We made a good amount of money in 2025 with this firm, but we need to do something for 2026. What do you guys think? And now everyone's like, well, let's say what we think. Fed projections are everything's going to be nice and bullish. Inflation coming down, unemployment coming down, GDP going up. Great. Fundamentals are good. That data starts rolling in little by little by little. Somebody said, good afternoon from Singapore. Hey, hanging out 1 a.m. here with us, Singapore. Makes me so happy to see you hanging out here. Appreciate that. You're taking the time out of your middle of your morning. Appreciate that. I would normally be in bed at this time. Okay, data coming through. This is kind of a moderately heavy data week, and next week's going to be big too as well, right? Let's look at this week. This week on Monday, we had the ISM manufacturing numbers come through. I have a small data point, but a data point nonetheless. Yesterday, the S&P Global composite PMI and services PMI came out. Again, medium to small data point, but a data point nonetheless. Wednesday, now we're talking, right? ADP non-farm coming through. 41,000 on a 49,000. That's a huge drop, but better than the last non-farm that we had. Let me load that data up real quick and see if it's frozen there. Let me try to load it one more time. Oh, there it is. So it's been a little weird and sort of like up and down, not showing strong growth in labor market. Remember Powell all year was like, we're kind of like watching labor market. You're starting to see this sort of trend, like the employment growth is big since COVID, right? We all can agree there, because since COVID, things have just been weird. But now we're sort of stabilizing to what I like to call normal world. This is the normal world we're in. This is not too much different than what we saw pre-COVID. We'll zoom in on some of this, with the exception of Pre-COVID was noisy, but noisy above zero. In the late 2010s, there was job growth, right? It's noisy, but you can see there's hundreds of thousands of reported, and this is ADP. So I'm assuming this is also not government jobs as well. This is just your private sector jobs. And then somehow here, it's noisy and oscillating. You know, post-COVID is a whole different setup, but man, it has not been growing, and the ADP side at least. It's been weird, up and down and up and down and up and down. Yeah, so like we're sort of flattening out according to these guys. Not the best. So let's get back to some of the other data we had, right? So this is weird, but of course ADP is a private company that's measuring that. We've got the Bureau's numbers coming out on Friday. The non-farm payrolls here, and the participation rate and the unemployment rate all come out Friday. So Friday is going to be probably the biggest news day of the week. The other data that came out is the ISM non-manufacturing PMI. We talked about earlier, we had the manufacturing side of things. Now we have the non-manufacturing side of things, which was today. This data came through. It's a beat on the PMI for December. It's a beat on the new orders, which is good. This shows growth. Remember, Fed was predicting GDP growth, and this is the new orders side, and you're seeing people are buying new stuff in the non-manufacturing side. So orders are getting lined up. The employment going up in this sector as well. So there's some growth here. This is all pretty good. Not only does it beat estimates, does it beat last print's data really well, it also beat estimates this time. So this is growth on top of growth, which is starting to look pretty good. Prices down. And the other big data point was the JOLTS. And JOLTS came in pretty much expected, the same expected path here on JOLTS. So looking at this, data's starting to roll through, and nothing's looking terribly bad. Everything's sort of supporting what the Fed was saying. JOLTS have been in a decline, which is available jobs. And what are the JOLTS, right? It'll define it here if you read this page. But JOLTS are an available job at a company, and I think it's also non-government jobs. It is a job that is open and available. The company wants to hire somebody, and that person can start within 30 days. Like the job could start within 30 days. So essentially, there's no bottleneck to that. Then there's active recruiting to try to find the worker, and then there's a worker available. So the idea is there's a job, and there's a worker, and there's a matchmaker in the middle trying to bring them together, and the job can start pretty soon. So JOLTS are like lubricated availability of the supply of jobs with the labor available to fill it. There should be no reason this job shouldn't be filled. There's a suitable candidate, there's a recruiter, the job can be filled, yada, yada. The only thing that keeps the job from being filled would be, maybe the salary they want to offer. So here's one great understanding of what the JOLTS have been doing. Since post-COVID surge, when there were so many jobs that we need people to come back to work now, everybody's laid off during COVID and now have these available jobs now kind of going back into work, and we're normalizing post-COVID at about 7 million open available jobs that could be filled. Pre-COVID, kind of the same sort of, growth here. But pre-COVID, we were sitting, the mid fives, the sixes, and now the sevens. So we had jobs creation, and that big bull market we had with Trump. And then post-COVID, we had just the nonsense that came from everybody getting laid off, and now those jobs are available, and then they got filled. So everybody that got laid off in COVID is probably back to work here. Mixing in with a little bit of extra job growth I'm seeing. But in reality, we're sort of plateauing right here at the same place we plateaued in 2019, the mid sevens. And we've been here since, 2024, 2 years we've been here. And it's not picking up steam like this, but it's also not shrinking either to show that these jobs are getting filled. Sort of like in this weird sort of stable place. Now, some things that are key to take away from this is that if the JOLTS are to go up, it means jobs are now available. Well, two ways that can happen. Company A has one accountant with a person in it, and then they create 2 more jobs that need to get filled. JOLTS will go up by 2. Or company A has 3 accountants, and then they lay off 2 of them, and want to refill them with better employees. Jolts will also go up the same amount. So either the jobs get created or 2 people got fired. 2 jolts were created in both instances. One of them shows people getting laid off but want to come back in. So while people are getting laid off, it's not like the company is having issues because they still want to fill the candidate or fill the job with the candidate within 30 days. So usually you're basically kicking out crappy workers and bringing in more talented workers or more competent workers. So the jolts are not showing really layoffs in a way because it wouldn't be a jolt if they didn't want to refill the position. If the company were to just can 2 employees to get rid of the jobs altogether, we don't need 3 accountants, we just need 1, then those 2 wouldn't appear as jolts. So in reality, a jolt means there is a need for labor. More open jobs, that is the pure demand for labor, right? And so when jolts go down, there's less demand for labor. Jolts go up, there's more demand for labor. Fewer and fewer job openings just means either A, company had 3 available jobs, and then they filled them up with 3 workers. So jolts will go down by 3. Now you have an influx of companies creating jobs versus filling jobs. The net of that is how much faster companies creating jobs or having jobs available than they're filling them. If for every 3 people they lay off, or for every 3 jobs they get filled, they create 3 more, the jolts will be the same too, right? Because you're losing 3 by filling in 3 jobs and then creating 3 new jobs. You lost 3, gained 3, your net is 0. So if a company's creating 5 jobs and then filling in 3 of those 5, then the remainder is 2. So the jolts are showing like the outpacing of the demand for labor. That's really what it is. And part of like the Fed, why is this important? Half of you guys are still here. No, I haven't lost any of you yet. Why is this important, right? Because the Fed has told you this is important. They have sort of discounted the fact that inflation's slightly high-ish, not really that high, but slightly high-ish, as being a motivator for them to cut rates or not cut rates. They've already said inflation's on a path to fixing itself. We don't care. They said the labor market is what we care about. So unemployment is really the biggest factor here. And why does the Fed care about that? Because if the stock market goes into like this weird sort of tumbling effect when inflation is high and then crashes, then people are getting laid off at this point in time. And unemployment's going to go up with inflation being high. And high unemployment with high inflation equals something called stagflation. And stagflation is a sort of ditch that you can't get out of that easily. People have lost their jobs, and then the cost of food is double the price. People go starving at this point. The entire world falls apart. And it's really hard to get that machine started back up again due to stagflation. So because of that, the Fed wants to eliminate that possibility at all costs. So in reality, they're really trying to do everything they can to just pump hype into the stock market without going into quantitative easing, which means they're buying the assets. So they want to still be in a mode of like not being in QE. QT ended in December, but they're not in QE. So they're trying to like hands off on the market. They're trying to use the rates as sort of incentivization for stabilizing the labor market, which basically means we're going to use the rhetoric and bull hopium of rate cuts to keep the stock market from falling. That way, there's a steady supply of jobs and a steady supply of workers. And they're going to watch both of them. The continuing jobless claims have stabilized at like 2 million people. The available jolts have stabilized at 7 million jobs. And you're not seeing the jobless claims go up. You're not seeing the jolts go down. You're seeing the market stable, and the Fed is like, okay, we're chill here. We're going to keep it at this. So the question is, why are the jolts important? It's probably one of the single most important data points that's leading to the fact that you can predict if they're going to cut rates faster or not this year. If the jolts start going way, 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 way up, then the demand for labor is there, and we are growing really fast, which is good. If the jolts start coming down and the continuing jobless claims are going up, then the Fed might act quicker to cut rates. And that's really the answer here. That's the reason I'm bringing this up. All right, there's your boring fundamentals lesson. How many people are still here in chat? Did y'all fall asleep? Should give you the fundamentals in the most easy to understand street slang possible. It's not hard to, like, you want to hear people talk about figures and numbers all day. I know it's boring. Nobody likes it, but it's useful. Y'all still enjoying it? All right, y'all are still here. put y'all to sleep yet. Jolts are very important to understand your bet of the Fed going to cut rates or not. When the jolts come out, one thing you always want to do as a trader is, well, two things. As a trader, there's two things you really want to do. Number one is, of all this news, what's important? Like, is every single data point important? As you trade long enough, you'll start to realize what usually affects the market and what doesn't. Investing.com, free service, really cool because it ranks them with like stars. The number of stars that are 3 are usually your big movers. And not all your 3 stars are big movers. Like your non-manufacturing PMI and manufacturing PMIs really don't move the market that much. Your ISM numbers don't really move the market that much. I just traded long enough to tell you that, even though it's got 3 stars. ADP, yeah, that's big. And jolts, yeah, that's big now. And jolts aren't always big either. It's big when it's a sensitive topic. And it's a sensitive topic now because it's the Fed's major mandate, right? And then we got coming out the rest of the week, initial jobless claims. Even though it's a 3-star, these data points come out every week. And jobless claims are a big part of this too, because you're going to get these Thursday mornings. And this is going to tell you from the unemployment filings. So from people that are claiming unemployment, not just people that are without a job. There's no survey that the government sends you in the mailbox. Hey, do you have a job today? Cool. Can you check this box and let us know that you have a job? Thank you. This is from the unemployment filings. You lose your job, you go file for unemployment, the government gets you a weekly check. That's how it works. You fill out a form every week to say, yes, I'm looking for work. Yes, I've applied. How many applications? I've sent at least 3 this week. You have to send out like 3 a week or something. And yes, I'm currently unemployed. And you fill out that form, and those are your jobless claims. You claim that you're jobless. You try to get unemployment so they get data from. You being jobless doesn't lump you into this data. You being jobless for being laid off for non-performance related reasons, then you can apply for unemployment. If you got fired because you didn't show up to work, you don't qualify for unemployment. You're not in this data. So this is not the total unemployed people in the world or in the country. These are people claiming that they lost their job for non-performance related reasons. Basically, companies lay them off. So that's why this data is important. It's not your unemployment rate. That comes out on Friday. But this is like week over week, how many people are getting laid off? You might see some seasonality, maybe people getting hired leading into the holidays and getting fired after the holidays. You see a little, look, here's a bump at the beginning of December of more people that are, again, it's random. Here's a bump of people in February after the holiday. Maybe there's some seasonality to that, maybe not. But anyways, the point is, that's what this data is. And the initial jobless claims are people that filed that week. You got laid off that week, you filed that week. This is your first filing. And they have another one called continuous, which is all the people still continuing to file. You can see that this is the net sum of about 2 million people filed for unemployment. And then when you go to the calendar on Friday, you get the unemployment rate, which tells you the total number of people that are unemployed, which is going to be here, 4.5%, which however many jobs, how many people that is, 4% on however many 100 million people we got. How big is the United States? 300 million? That'll be 12 million people. I don't know the percentage. But anyways, multiply this by the population. There you get your answer. And so you can see not everybody applies for unemployment, right? But this helps you understand the health of the labor markets. Jolts are available job openings that need to be filled. And these are your competent workers that got laid off that are looking for work. They got laid off not because they were bad at their job or lazy or drug addicts or whatever. They got laid off because the companies just let them go. So the jobless claims are basically your competent workforce that are on unemployment that need a job quick, right? Your jolts are companies that need an employee quick. So there's your, square peg, square hole sort of thing. Unemployment rate is everybody, that isn't working, disabled people unable to work, not for maybe people that are laid off for performance related reasons, people that just don't want a job, people that's all the categories. So they're not part of the consideration of the jolts equation of what's the supply and demand of jobs getting filled. We want to gauge, are companies growing or not from all of this? This is the answer that you're looking for. Are companies growing, right? If the jolts are going up, then hopefully those jobs being created, these people can fill them. Another way they can detach, just by bring this up really quick, is talent mismatch. These 2 million people could all be doctors, and the available jobs could be astronauts. They don't match. So hopefully in this sink of people, these are qualified people to work, 2 million claiming unemployment, ready to work. If JOLTS are going up, hopefully it's in something that skill set is there. And the other 5 million people are aspiring day traders. That's what somebody said in chat. Right. So what you want to see for growth is you want to see the JOLTS start to, like, basically stable is good. If the JOLTS are stable and the unemployment filings are stable, that's good. It means the company might be creating jobs and filling them and creating jobs and filling them. That's great. Now for growth, what you want to see is the continuing unemployment filings go down. Fewer and fewer unemployed, talented folks are going back to work. And JOLTS going down at the same time. These open jobs are getting filled and filled and filled and filled and filled. And can people on unemployment, not on unemployment, not unemployment, not unemployment. They're both trending down is growth for those companies. Companies are hiring people, gobbling them up, and not creating new jobs faster than they're filling them. They're creating a jobs getting filled, creating a job getting filled. They're filling jobs that they had sitting there on their backlog, and JOLTS are coming down. So some reasons why do we have 7 million jobs and 2 million employees? Why are they not working together? What's keeping those 2 million people from filling those 7 million jobs? Talent mismatch, right? They could be 7 million jobs, can be A, B, C, D. They could be farmers. They could be whatever, and you're not a farmer, right? Whatever. That can be that. Number two could be the conditions. It's just like any other trade. This person wants a salary. This person's going to pay a salary. This person might only want to pay this much, and this person wants this much. So this person's maybe holding out for more. Salary mismatch, right? There can be conditions. The benefits aren't there. Some, these guys are picky and these guys are being stingy. Maybe the gap between them is too big. We saw that happen a lot during COVID. Why did the JOLTS spike pre-COVID? Well, imagine this. Imagine when everybody gets laid off, right? There's nobody's feeling like in March, April, May of 2020, JOLTS are plunging. Why? Because people weren't expecting to fill those positions within 30 days because we were apparently going through a global pandemic of death flu that was going to kill 99% of people. So everyone's like, go home and enjoy the end of the world with your family. We don't need you here anymore, and we don't want to die either. So go home. Remember that world 5 years ago? It's crazy to think that's been 5 years since that madness. But yeah, so nobody was planning on bringing people back within 30 days because the world was supposed to end, right? So clearly, JOLTS plunged as you would expect, right? And then it surged. What caused this massive surge? People were turning on their companies back here and wanting people to come back to work. But the thing is why did it get so high? Right? So it went really high there. And let's compare. Let's look at something pretty cool, right? Let's go back to the jobless claims. In 2020, hold on. Let's look at the 5 years. All right. These are all the people that went on unemployment that got laid off during COVID, 20-something million people. And then they started going back to their jobs. And why did the JOLTS spike? Well, companies were like, okay, the vaccine came out probably like in late 2020. And now people go back to work. But the problem is, as companies were like, yes, we want you to come to work. We want you to come to work. We want you to come to work. JOLTS spiked straight up for an entire year. Jobs went up and up and up and up. And while the unemployed folks started going back to work, they weren't going back to work as fast as the JOLTS were going up. And why is this? Tells a cool story. See, this was kind of coming down in 2020, but then it sort of like leveled out in late 2020, and it was just sort of flat. So while JOLTS spiked straight up, the unemployment at that same range, which was here, was kind of flat. Why was that? Well, that's the salary mismatch. Companies were like, we want you to come back to work. And people were like, yeah, but my house cost me twice as much when I bought it in 2020. I know I'm working from home and doing Zoom calls, and that's what I'm going to do for a living, but I want twice my salary. This is ridiculous. You're not going to pay you $350,000 as an accountant. You're paying $175 like you're making your last company. I want $350. Well, that's ridiculous. But people are like, yeah, but I'm going to risk my life to come to work for you because it's COVID. There's a global pandemic. We all can die. Yeah, but I'm not paying you. Yeah, but you got no one else. Clearly, you're desperate to fill this job. All right. I'll pay you $250. Okay, fine. I'll come to work. People were bargaining for higher salaries at this point. Do you guys remember this world? Were y'all here at this time? How many people, I'm curious, bargain for a ridiculous salary post-COVID? How are y'all part of this data here? That's another reason why. That's just an example of why, like somehow after COVID, you walked away making $100,000 more a year or something, right? You walked over to the next company because they were desperate to hire, and you jumped in at 50% more salary and a huge signing bonus and all that stuff. This is very prominent during COVID, but that's another reason. There's essentially like a dispute or a discrepancy between why the data doesn't get filled. The conditions like don't match up, right? So anyways, going forward, what are we looking for on Thursday? Well, the continuing jobless claims have been strangely dipping while the jolts have been flat. Let's think about what that means. Jolts have been flat and people and continuing jobs claims are coming down. People are going back to work and the jolts aren't going up. It means the company, for every 3 jobs they create, the jobs are getting filled. So jolts are not going anywhere. Company makes 3 jobs, boom, they fill them. They make 3 jobs, boom, they fill them again. They make 3 jobs, boom, they fill them again. When jolts are flat, continuing jobless claims are going down, that means growth for the companies. That means the salaries are adequate. It means the labor is available and the talent is there and people are going to work. When continuing jobless claims are going down and jolts are flat, baby, that means growth. No wonder the Fed is expecting 2.3% GDP growth this year, which is off the charts. They see something we don't see in this data. If we start to see a downtrend in continuing jobless claims and jolts are flat, baby, these companies can't make jobs fast enough. Every job they make gets filled. That means it's lubricated. That means people are going back to work. And more people working, making more shit and selling more stuff is what causes GDP to grow. That means we're in for a very bullish year. Sorry for that whole long-winded answer. Hopefully I give you guys the information better than CNBC does. They bore me to death when I listen to these people. That stuff is lubricated, baby. This thing just left a Diddy party. It's covered in so much oil. I got to tell you, that's as bullish as it ever is going to get for me. So here's what I got to say in general is I like to look at the data that the Fed is looking at so I can make a decision before they do. I don't need to wait for next Wednesdays or whatever Wednesday Fed report is going to be. I want to make a decision myself and say, man, I want to see those Thursday continuing jobless claims come down, and I want to see the jolts also coming down, but maybe flat too, right? If jolts are coming down very quickly, it probably means companies aren't making jobs fast enough. But if they're able to continue to make jobs and fill them, it's probably going to stay more flat than anything. It's a great sign of growth, right? So AI isn't killing all the jobs. That seems to be cool to know. Now, I don't know if those downward data points have everything to do with some effect of the government shutdown. People got fired from the government, got on unemployment, then they decided to go get private sector jobs, and that created a dip in that data for a minute. I don't know. They were unemployed for a little bit, immediately got a job, private sector. So continuing jobless claims drop down. I don't know. They switched from government to non-government jobs. I don't know if that's just a blip because of that, but maybe it's showing growth. But what you want to see is a general downtrend. Every Thursday that data point comes out, by the way, Thursday mornings. It's not necessarily seen as a big market mover because it's a Thursday data point and it's normally noisy. But this is the first time since November of last year we have been downtrending. And it hasn't really been evident until we had a couple of really strong excursions. I talked about the one in December. I brought this up on stream here. And you can see that it's not a fluke. While there's more people getting laid off, the overall general trend is actually starting to come down. It peaked, which is good. 2 million is kind of like average And we've seen times where there were more people on unemployment than 2 million. In early 2000s, it was almost 3.5 million after the last recession. 2004, 2005, it was still 2.5 million. After the dot-com crash, we still had more people in unemployment than we do now. So, locally speaking, this has been sort of pretty low relative to what it's always been. We've seen bull markets with worse conditions. So I'm extremely bullish this year. Like I'm in the S&P 8,500 camp, maybe 9,000 by the end of the year. So anywho, that's what I'm feeling. All my trades today were long. Again, I'm leaning to the direction of bull market. All the data points that we got today, greater market signals, all bullish. GD greater than half is bullish. The ratio, bull bear bias ratio is good. S&P above its monthly hedge pressure. I mean, we're just bullish across the board. Nothing looks bad. I made most of my money. I made a significant trade longing overnight, and then I actually cut out with profit just in this one account, closed out with profit because it wasn't moving, and I actually got out of the way quick enough with some money. And then today I just longed. I longed NASDAQ to there. And then I longed NASDAQ again right here on the break to there. I was going to hold NASDAQ for a little longer, but I actually closed out there before that happened, and I missed out of that. But my thoughts are, unless there's some bear news coming down the pipeline, then the market's going to stay bullish. When's the next bear news coming out? A question, guys. What do you think the next bear possible event? Let me quiz you on what you think and see if we agree on the same thing. What do you think is the next possibility for something to come out that's going to tell us that things are bearish? It gives you an estimate of the time frame the market can stay bullish. So you guys are looking at like non-farm payrolls like Friday. Well, I mean, it could indicate maybe a bear day, but like bearish market, right? Let's think a little broader. Bearish market. Yeah, non-farm may be the most recent data point to move the market that day, but bear market in general. I'm talking we got to prove that GDP is coming down. We got to prove that unemployment's going up. Bigger stuff. Earnings. I would say earnings is it. Yeah, I think you nailed it. Non-farm and other ones are going to be big movers for that day. Maybe at best a couple of days of deviation. A couple of bad data points might be some dips on the way up. But earnings, I think we're coasting until earnings. The Fed is fairly predictable, I'd say. We're probably going to get 1, maybe 2 rate cuts this year. That's it. That's probably it. So the rate cuts might cause a day or two of move. But I don't think that the Fed's rate cuts are going to be bull or bear. I think it really lays down at earnings. If we don't see that GDP growth reflected in company earnings, you're going to start to see the market pull back. I think that's it. So I really think that we're going to stay bullish from the start of the year through earnings. So we got quite a while to go until earnings season takes the market around. So along the way, I'm thinking, okay, if I'm bullish along the way, unemployment filings are coming down, jolts are stable, companies are growing, Fed is anticipating growth in the companies, then the only thing that's going to shake that up is us to actually see the reports come out, and then it's not true, that we guessed it wrong, and we priced it in wrong. So if the earnings shit the bed, and we're pricing in a great bull market, then yeah, we might turn around for a month or 2 or 3. So until then, it seems like everything is bullish until that. So if we're trucking along, and non-farm looks bad and the market tanks for a day, then on Monday, baby, I'm buying the dip off of that. I'm seeing those as opportunities until I get proof that GDP is coming down and things like that, or not on the same target. I think earnings is the next possible catalyst, or a new thing that we haven't thought of. Something new happens, like the tariffs, like something just gets thrown into the mix, which you can't plan for or predict. You just have to kind of react to, right? Yeah, like something weird, like Trump does something weird or something. Yeah, you guys nailed it. Anyways, I'm still extremely bullish this market. I keep wanting to buy the dips here, and I keep telling myself I want to buy this dip. Although we have broke a key pivot in S&P, and we've lost said key pivot. 69.99 is a strong resistance level. I don't want to long this close into it. So I've been chilling. But yeah, pretty good day today. What did yesterday look like? This like this. I would be willing to take a long if we were to claim 7,000. See here, a second time, I'd be willing to take a long to finish out the day. I'm not going to long into this level because I don't long against pivot interrupts like this. This is a high volume pivot you can see right here. I don't like to long into high volume pivots that could be resistance. The reward far outweighs the risk. Risk far outweighs the reward, not worth taking. So would I want to short this? Well, no, because I'm bull-minded. So what I'm going to do is going to sit out and wait for opportunities to just come up, wherever they may be. But that's it. I like to say that hopefully I'm the best fundamentals teacher out there because I try to give you guys the relationship that matters, and I try to speak about it in such an more layman's sort of terms rather than just bore people to death with numbers and facts. I try to piece together the understanding so that you can kind of follow along what's going on. Hopefully that rings the bell with you guys, because when I hear people on the news, like I used to watch CNBC when I first started as a trader, these talking heads would get up there, man, and they would just talk about company fundamentals and earnings and sales data, and I was just like, oh God, it's boring. Data overload, right? It was like too much information. And how's it even applicable as a trader? So for me, the news is very important because, well, there's some information that is worth it. Not everything's worth something, but we know for a fact that Powell's looking at this data. Okay, so let me piece together the data and let me make the same decision. Let me come to the same conclusion. Is the Fed going to cut rates next month? If unemployment is like threatening, yeah, then maybe they'll speed that up a little bit. Okay, now let me think about that. Bad news is good news. Oh, the market dipped really hard on non-farm payrolls. Oh, well, but the Fed wants to save the market from dying so that people don't get laid off. So if fewer and fewer new payrolls, hey, that's an opportunity. It increases the likelihood of a rate cut. Okay, maybe I'll buy that dip the next day. So I try to think of it like how I can trade the market, right? So that's my thought with you guys. Somebody said, how do you take profit when you go long, when it opened flat like today in a bull zone with DDoS and half? So I look for next interrupt. That's it. Next resistance. That's basically all I do. Right here on my chart, you can see it goes to this white line, and that white line is next resistance right there. So I basically measure where I can get in, where I can get out. This place, I long at the open, 818, 892 is the target. So I go, okay, that's like 70 points and a 40-point stop. It's 1.75 to 1 trade, give or take. That's it. So when I started learning all the stuff that moves the market, if you do this for many years, you'll just know what does and doesn't move the market. I've gotten used to knowing what is and isn't important. And also what is important sometimes isn't always important every time. That's kind of a weird thing too. Sometimes a Fed rate cut moves the market quick. Sometimes it doesn't move it at all. Sometimes NFP crashes the market for a day. Sometimes it turns the market around for a month. It's weird how it works. You kind of have to understand the environment that you're in. Is that data point sensitive or not? Because Powell is very specific about saying we care about the labor market, then everything related to labor market is going to be very sensitive. The jolts coming in the way that it did was not bearish at all. The market moved pretty quick. NFP is going to move the market very quick. It could just spike it up on one of those days that go up and then crash it out. Now we have CPI on a Tuesday of next week. They've been moving all the data points around. I'm not sure if it's in the same spot. I think it's Tuesday. Let me look. Ever since the government shutdown, everything got shifted around a little bit, so they didn't pile on top of each other. When is CPI? Is Tuesday, right? Are we back to normal schedules? Tuesday, yeah, Tuesday morning. CPI Tuesday morning. The real PPI, that's going to probably maybe be a mover Wednesday. And then nothing else really big for the rest of the week. So we got some big market moving news Friday and Tuesday. And I don't know if the Fed's the week after that, but yeah, try to make sure that when you're trading, the goal is to find out what matters and how the significance of how much it, of what goes into it mattering and then how much it should matter. This period, pay attention to the jobs market stuff. Everything else is expected to be good. It's going to be noise. PMIs are going to look good. CPI is going to look good. PPI is going to look good. All that stuff is going to look good. Forget about it. It's expected to be good. Market's going to rally up anticipating for it to be good. If it comes out to be a miss, you might get a sell-off day, but any sell-off day I think is an opportunity for me to buy, to go long, as long as the employment data looks okay. Now, the cool thing about it is if the unemployment data looks bad, then increase the likelihood of a rate cut. So bad news could be good news after all. Overall, I don't see a bear case anywhere with the exception of bad earnings, like somebody said in chat. Bad earnings would disqualify the fact that we have this massive projected GDP growth this year. And then, of course, stocks will trade down, which is going to yank the indexes lower. So that Bowman speaking in 1 minute. All right, Bowman, give me some good stuff, man. That's what I want to see. Anyways, it's been a great trading week for me. I haven't lost since Christmas, which is good. I've been on a 8-day winning streak or whatever. I made $95,000 in the last 8 days in this account, plus the prop accounts down here. So pretty good. I'm still, still sort of like in the hole a tiny bit because of the, December was a pretty, not for the year, I'm not in a hole, but like compared to just this account on stream, I had to refund it a little bit because I was hitting it hard and took some drawdown. But ever since then, it's been a pretty good path up. So somebody said more wealth is made in bear markets than anything. Yeah, that's true. If we get some kind of like bear market for a year, that would be kind of different. Now, the last bear market we had was caused by high inflation mixed with not unemployment not coming down, high inflation, and Fed raising rates and instituting quantitative tightening policy. So all four of those things together caused the last recession. And so we're kind of like leaning away from that bad data. Recessions are sort of revealed like in the middle of, or they're kind of like spawned in the middle of negative quarter-over-quarter GDP growth, like 2 months in a row of negative growth, the economy slowing down, and then unemployment going up. So like those two things are very easy to see like a recession. We're not seeing any of that. So hopefully we're away from a recession, but doesn't mean we're not in the middle of like a month or two market crash due to some unforeseen event. But as long as the economy is concerned, when you zoom out over the next 5 years, I can see the NASDAQ being 40,000 in 5 years. I can see that in our lifetime. So hopefully we get a nice strong bull run. I don't know. So as Matt the trader says, hi, Matt. Well, hi, Matt back. What's up, man? But that's just my opinion. Who knows if I'm right or wrong? Everyone's always guessing at this. Okay, MyFundedFutures. What's my normal stop loss? Against a strong pivot, I take 40 points on NASDAQ and 10 points S&P under most conditions. MyFundedFutures, guys. Question. What account are you currently trading right now? And what do you like about it? I asked this yesterday. I'm curious again. What's your favorite account with MyFunded and why? Just curious. You're going to be selling in Q and buying stocks? Not a bad idea. Buying stocks, not a bad idea. That's a lot. Too high for good R&R. Yeah, I know, right? Go talk to someone else that didn't make $95,000 in the last 8 days about not being a lot. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one and they stink. 40 points is the normal oscillation of NASDAQ, but it's not a lot at all. If you have stop loss that's any less than that, then you're just playing noise, which is dumb. Core 50Ks, trading the rapid, your favorite easy use and payouts. Very cool. Core 50Ks, good value, basically no rules, sister. Flex add-on makes it a good free deal. Free account is your personal favorite. Core, you're a newbie, simple rules and low profit target. What was my spend? What do you mean? What was my spend? This is a real account. This is not a pauper account. This is a real money account. Top right of the screen, there's an account number on there. There's This 100K balance from the start. And I lost a little bit and I padded it up to 100K. And I've grown it. Yeah, it's a live account. Rye 40 and 10? Oh, well, let me teach you about options. Teach you a little bit about here. You notice how SPY loves 691, 692. Look at all that volume at 691, 692, and 693. You see that? You see how SPY tends to just run links and have a lot of interest at these, even levels, right? Because options are there. And when delta is 50 and gamma is maximized locally from that option strike at each one of these places, you get volume. High gamma means high volume due to hedging. The market finds stability in increments of that distance, which one strike distance of S&P is 10 points in the S&P. One strike distance in QQQ is 40 points in NASDAQ. It's allowing one strike variance, which is the amount at which the market jumps between, to find stability, because that's where your delta half at each strike is going to be high volume of traders there. If you want further proof, the natural oscillation of NASDAQ in a non-volatile environment is also that distance. I haven't even measured it. If I were to draw a box of 40 points in NASDAQ, you'll see some magic here. I love when people try to tell me what I'm doing wrong, and then I get to teach them something nice. Ready for this? This box of 40 points. Look at that. Look at how much it dips, rips. You see that? You see that sort of noise right here? Is 40 points, 40 points, 40 points. You see that dip there, 40 points. You see how the market just sort of like moves in that wave? Wouldn't it make sense that if I were long the market, that my stop loss was beyond that wave? Well, I'm smart, right? I know. I hate being so smart. But yeah, this is why I do it. Look, if I'm long the market, I want to make sure that I'm outside the range of noise, so my stop loss is that distance. We got it? Are we cool? You play anything less than that, you're just playing noise. This is noise. I do directional based day trading, and I allow myself to, at a strong pivot, to have a stop greater than distance of noise. Because just the noise is 40 points, the runs are usually more than 40 points, which secures a greater than 1-to-1 trade. And scene. Thank you. Oh, y'all are throwing flowers at me. Thank you, guys. Oh, I love you so much. I want to thank my family. I want to thank everyone on MyFundedTV. Oh, the orchestra's on. They're playing me off. Oh, man. Sucks. Anyways, that's it. You have any questions about that? Thanks for the flowers. But reality, the idea is you allow yourself, at least for my style of trading, to bet at a level that the level's going to hold, and I allow myself to have that variance that you can see of noise. My stop is below that variance so that I'm not chopped out by noise. How long have I been at this? I've been trading since 2010. Been trading full time since 2015. So this is year 11. This is now 2026. This is year 11. Crazy, right? What's my usual R&R at that stop loss? God, are you the same guy from yesterday that got banned because you're on a different account? Okay, look. R&R is not determined by you. You don't determine the reward you make. The market determines the reward you make. This is basic math that most of us learned when we were 6. So hold on. The market will move to some level that I can calculate. The reward is set. In this particular trade, the market determined that that's the possible reward. I don't pick the reward. I can't choose how far this market's going to go up or down. That's silly. No one can predict the market. You don't get to choose where you want to exit. The market chooses where you exit. You can pick any point in the future you want that's higher than where you are, and the market may go there, it may not go there. There's no guarantee that the reward part of your trade happens. So I plan for next pivot, right? So you can't say I choose R&R because that, again, it's a very novice approach to the market. The market chooses my reward. I choose my risk. My risk is 40 points. If I can show that the market's going to move more than 40, as an example here, 816 to 92, right? That is 76 points. If I go, ooh, we fell to there, I can make 76 with a 40-point stop. Then the market is giving me a reward such that my risk and reward is almost 2-to-1. The market chooses this as the next resistance. I choose where I stop. Now, if the market's only got 10 points of move, then I won't make the trade. I don't have to make the trade. If I have a negative R&R, which may happen sometimes, I can choose to take that trade even so because R&R is half the picture. It's the same conversation as yesterday. If I have a high win rate, it doesn't matter what the R&R is because it offsets it. If I can win something 90% of the time and have a 0.5 win to 1 loss, that's a 0.5 R&R. But 9 out of 10 times it wins. So out of 10 times, 9 times 5 is 45. And 10% times 1 is 10, is 1. So still make 3.5. R&R is 1/2 of your entire analysis of your trading strategy. You need to understand the win rate of your application, which can offset negative R&R. But you can make 4 R to R if you put a stop loss at 10 points, not 40. Yeah, but I'll ask you, like, for you trying to say that, you can just make up anything you want. There's nothing magical about 10 points. And there's nothing magical about stopping early. If you put a 10-point stop loss on NASDAQ, dude, you put a 10-point loss on NASDAQ, you're going to stop out like 99% of your trades trying to trade directionally. Every minute of time, the NASDAQ 934 to 944. Look at this, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. How many times are you going to stop out trying to long this with a 10-point stop? That's not smart. Anybody trading with 10 points of stop loss on NASDAQ, you're stopping out once every minute, dude. Like, no, thank you. That's not my style at all. What's up, Sean? How you been, man? Yo, dude. Sean Sawyer in the house. Big Dubs in chat. One of my favorite dudes in trading. He's Yoda himself. He's Mr. Wise. You can learn a lot from him. It's about being surgical with other components. Thank you, Matt, for teaching me how to trade. I'm good. I don't need the advice on how to set a stop loss, but thank you for trying. I think I'm doing all right. Maybe doing all right. I don't know. Being surgical with other influences. But if you do have a crystal ball, let me know how much it costs and I'll buy it from you. Yeah. I trade the market statistically, and I trade the market outside the range of noise. If you have a 10-point stop loss on NASDAQ, you're absolutely a failure as a trader. There's nobody making money like that because in trading, that's just the noise. It's the range of noise. I mean, if you have a 10-point trailing stop on this, you got stopped out the whole way down, right? I mean, NASDAQ is 950 to 980. It's 30 points of just noise every minute. Every candle is more than... You want your stop loss to be at least bigger than the single largest candle that you have. You don't want a 1-minute candle to trigger your stop loss because of noise. This is not smart trading. If you're trying to scalp for 5 or 6 points and whatever in NASDAQ, I mean, you're just kind of like playing the noise. I mean, maybe some people do that. I don't know, but that's not how I. No. That's not how I trade. I'm extremely surgical with my approach. My approach is very rigid. I have a rule set that I follow to a T. Not technical at all. Since it's the same conversation, I think it's the same conversation from the same person that said the same stuff yesterday. But anyways. since it's a fake account that was started a month ago. I'll let you know that, appreciate that concern there, but I think you tried to sell the same idea yesterday and stop loss taking the best explanation you hear for understood. Thank you. It would make sense, right? That if you're trying to trade at a level, for me, if your trade is to scalp a few points, that makes okay, then that's one thing. But if your trade is like, I want to bet that the market moves up for the day despite the noise, or moves down for the day despite the noise, I'm not trying to just make a couple bucks, then my stop loss has to be enough so that the noise doesn't stop me out. So if the noise is strike to strike distance, my style of trading for directional moves that are more than that stop loss distance beyond the noise, and I have to make sure I can absorb that much drawdown without stopping out. So I always have used that philosophy. And it's a very good philosophy. And even my students, have adopted a similar philosophy. So 10 point is like way too tight. Yeah. For scalping, you can get it with 20. You can't, like 20 to 30 is about as low as I would go. I would agree with you, Devin. You could probably make something. You're still kind of like borderline, but 20 to 30 is not the worst. But 10 points too tight, 100%. On NASDAQ, way too tight. 10 points on the S&P is what I do. Yeah, 100%. Why everybody out there want to be a trading coach? Hey, Michael Jordan, you're dunking the ball the wrong way. Hey, look up here. Hey, don't do it that way. Listen to me. I can only afford the nosebleeds, but I got a better way. This is what I hear all the time. I hear that all the time. You know what I mean? The fans shouting at you from the nosebleeds, telling you you're dunking the wrong way. Life be like that sometimes. All right. Anywho, all right. You can do it. All right. So I'm going to do anything else for the rest of the day today. We're pulling back. Is this a dip to buy? We have some gap fills to fill on NASDAQ, by the way, that I wrote on here. Give you guys some data to get out of this. We have actually I marked it up here. We have so we hit key psychological 7,000 level on S&P. It looks like it's still trying to pull back. It is a flat open, so I really don't have a lot of faith in a lot of my indicators, because when the market opens flat, a lot of them are based on that potential move that gaps can produce. I don't really have any evidence one way or the other that's strong. It looks a little muted here. NASDAQ is like November gap fill at 26,110, and 26,033 is another high volume pivot. Whether we pump up there at the end of the day or not, I'm pretty comfortable making what I've made so far. I don't know if I'm gonna make any more trades today, at least not from this middle area here. I mean, it is possible we balance. It's trying to find a higher low from here. I think I'm all right. Human nature, everyone thinks their way is the best way. Oh, 100%, yeah. So this guy has never a red day. Oh, no, my friend. You must have been sleeping during December. The first half of December it was so red you would have thought it was Santa Claus, dude. Oh, it was pretty gnarly. I think I went on what? How many? Do you guys remember like how long was my losing streak? Yeah, I was all streamed. How many days I was on a losing streak? It was pretty brutal. From like at least over a week. I think I lost every day for like 7 or 8 days in a row. Yeah, y'all saw some big reds back in December. That was pretty big. Yeah. But I have some red days. Trust me on that. Yeah, like 80K at one point. Should have listened to you on the short. I know, Gabe. You were right that day. I should have listened to you that day. You would have saved me a whole lot of headache had I listened to you that day. Man, I'll tell you. But anyways, yes, you can see all my losses for sure. Anyways. It happens. You know the hardest part about it? The winning streak was for a while, right? The hardest part about it was like I had just gone out and like just chunked a whole lot of money on a bunch of stuff that week, that month. I mean, I bought a new car, and we bought all kind of stuff. Funded, iDoc on a trip to France. She'll buying purses and shoes and stuff, and spoiling ourselves and living the high life. And while I'm over here, like, at least I had a cool car, but I'm over here like just, I'm like, no. So that was like, maybe the universe was course correcting. I don't know. My wife says, why do you watch the sky? Yeah, she should. Great question. All right, time to go, guys. All right. Thank you for the reminder, Slacks. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, IDOC is here. I gotta go, guys. Hold on. IDOC wants to say bye. Bye. Wow. Okay, the mini faces of IDOC, everybody. She came here to say bye. Somebody's dressed up.
I have to go to work.
You came in this morning in like a hoodie.
Yeah, and I had to glam up to act like I'm fine to push through.
How do you feel?
Okay.
Awesome. All right, you guys, we'll see y'all later. Y'all have a good afternoon. I'm going to be live streaming on my channel this afternoon. Maybe the bots can throw the link up in there. You guys can hang out with me and see if I can turn this day into some bigger wins. Love y'all. Here's the link here. Come on over to my channel and we'll talk to y'all later. I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wit got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.